All right, y'all, we're back. Welcome back.
hmm
Oscars Mafia 2026 early predictions. Yeah.
I'm taking out the Mafia this year. It's gone. I compromised the Mafia. Now it's called the Oscars White House.
The Oscars
Okay, that's
oligarch.
basically the same thing at this point. Yeah, so I'm Elon. My name's Elon Musk. I'm a South African robber baron welfare queen. No, I'm kidding.
Oh,
Uh
I'm Marco Rubio. Here.
anyway, my George is I am the host, usual suspect, number one. We're back here with Tristan,
Hello.
Jared,
Hey everyone.
and Brett.
My favorite actor is Zachary Levi.
No.
He 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 used to be up there for me, unfortunately.
Womp womp.
So, anyway, as we said at the top of the show, early predictions for 2026. Yeah,
Mhm.
let's not sugarcoat it. So, allow me to pull up uh
Can I plug my channel real quick? Um,
my yeah, go
yeah,
ahead.
yeah. So I made a video about this on my channel. It's just my name, Brett Scott, and I went over my choices, and I'll be going over the same choices today. But if you want to see that video in a nice concise bow, because in this episode we're just gonna fight about each other's opinions for 2 hours because we love to do that here, you know?
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
I'll link that in the description. Uh
Thank
anyway,
you.
let's go ahead and yeah, so these are just gonna be my predictions, basically. You guys can still see this, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So first and foremost, oop, never mind, did not need to do that. First and foremost, let me this is spoil my number one for you guys. Allow me to just list off a few films that I did not include on this list, either because they're not coming out this year, or I just don't think they're realistically like Oscar contenders, even though some people are trying to call them. First of all, the entertainment system is down. It's not coming out this year. Uh,
What's that?
that's the new Ruben Östlund film.
Oh, okay.
Keanu Reeves.
Mhm.
That's
Keanu
fun.
Reeves, Kirsten Dunst. A lot. I see a lot of people trying to call that. It's not coming out this year.
Is it the
Uh,
Electric State? Is the Electric State gonna get nominated for Best Picture?
don't even joke
Uh,
about that. Holy shit. Um, uh, God, I had another one not coming out this year in my head. Um, like I was already thinking of one, and I
I'm
lost it.
sorry.
Uh, but yeah, entertainment system is down. That's not coming out this year. I do not have Mission Impossible Dead. Or I guess it's not Dead Reckoning anymore. Final Reckoning
Oh.
on my on here. You will not see that there. I do not have the new Knives Out movie, which maybe some people say, oh, maybe you should have that on there because the other two got screenplay nominations. I'm sorry, I don't see it.
I think we should talk about those movies though, especially Knives Out, because Glenn Close could get in for that.
Well, this is just Best Picture.
Oh,
I
true.
don't see it would have to be like easily above and beyond the other two movies in order to
Yeah,
even close the Best Picture, I think. Which I
Mm.
yeah, I
mean, you never
agree.
know. It could be, but I think you'd have to like it would have to be exponentially better.
Um, Also, contrary to what Mr. Brett would want, I do
Hey,
not have Superman on this list
hey, you know what?
oh,
It's gonna happen. Well,
because
okay, that was a really bold thing for me to say. It's going to happen, but I think
I
there's a good. I think there's a shot of it happening.
I just think like when it comes to like superhero movies, like you have to like actively be like a cultural phenomenon beyond the fact that you are a superhero movie or like a or like a populist blockbuster. Like you have to have a narrative, and I just
Yeah,
don't
but
know what that
I
would be for
think that one
Superman.
would. It's a symbol of hope, peace, justice, and goodwill in a divisive era where none of that's being represented within our current culture. And then I also think that James Gunn has the type of a tourism at this point to actually end up being an Academy person if he makes the right movie. And he's like one of the only ones I think that's making movies on that scale that actually do have relevant themes in them, and that's not just going to go away in Superman, I don't think. And again, if the movie's like $1 billion movies and it really resonates with people and continues within the culture by the end of the year, I think it we could be something that we're talking about. I don't like. I have it as my 10. I don't think it's like a lock, obviously, because I don't really think there's many locks right now. Because I mean, it's March, but I think sometimes you try to call the weird things that could happen early on in the year because they do happen. Because, like, for instance, like Top Gun year, March, none of us had Top Gun getting nominated for Best Picture. No one could have seen that being a thing. So I think sometimes you have to examine like what's the weird thing that's going to get in. And look, because it's the weird thing that's going to get in, we probably don't have it correct, right? But you might as well take some shots and see what happens, right?
Well, I do have some shots, but like I think like they fall more in the confines of like what would be realistic for that. But, I guess that's a different conversation
Yeah.
for a different day. So, let me see. Uh, I know there was something else. I was like, that's not happening. I guess whatever. Oh, I remember now. I remember now. Is this thing on Bradley Cooper's new film? I don't think it's coming out.
Uh,
Yeah, me neither. Although it
what's
could
that
be
about?
rushed. It's about a comedian and it stars Will Arnett. And I think it's going to be more of a
Whoa.
comedy.
Yeah,
It's
Will
like,
I
Arnett and Emily Blunt and Andrew Day are in it, I think.
Well, I will say that, like, to be honest with you, I'm kind of waiting for Will Arnett to have his Oscar moment, his like dramatic role. Um, that should happen one day because like the dude should have low key won the Emmy for Free Churro episode of BoJack Horseman, but I don't think they would give him the acting award for a voice performance, even though that's stupid. But like, I think that alone proves that he'd be like an incredible actor. You know what I mean?
and him and
oh
Bradley Cooper are really close. Like they've been friends for years.
Mhm.
So they've been wanting to work together. So I think this will be like a good role for him.
I also
yeah, I
he's
think
also
Lord.
the host of Lego Masters, which is the greatest television show of all time. So
I think because the story of this is also supposed to be about a marriage. Um, well, according to IMDb, marriage crumbles as the couple pursues separate paths. He explores stand-up comedy while she rediscovers herself. I think Laura Dern's going to be the other half. So, because to me, the premise would be like a dramedy. So I could see if it's not going to happen this year, I could see so, but I think that'd be something on the viewpoint for next year, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, I think without further ado, we can just go ahead and get into the actual predictions. So, as was spoiled for me by my dumbass finger, um, my number one of this year, this is my personal list. It's my ranking. My number one prediction for Best Picture is Marty Supreme, starring Timothy Chalamet, Gwyneth Paltrow, Fran Drescher, Tyler the Creator, Kevin O'Leary, Abel Ferrara, Odessa Azayan, Penn Jillette. I don't know why I just listed the entire cast here, but I did. So, deal with it. Uh, it is kind of a pseudo biopic of one Marty Reisman. One man, he has a dream no one respects. He's a professional ping pong player, goes to hell and back to pursue greatness. This has been described to be in the vein of films like The Wolf of Wall Street and Catch Me If You Can. Uh, It is, A24's biggest budget for any movie ever. It, you know, obliterated Civil War. Uh, its budget is about $70 million, and it's kind of crazy that Josh Safdie was able to get them much money. He's one half the Safdie brothers, of course, and the reason that am going with this here is I feel like we're now in a new era where the Academy is starting to gravitate towards auteur filmmakers with original stories, original visions, original ideas, and uncompromising visions, and that's what they like, right? Filmmakers who have their own voices, their unique voices, unique stories. And you know, whether they are newer filmmakers or more seasoned filmmakers, that's what they're starting to gravitate towards. I think this is what benefited films like Birdman, Moonlight, Shape of Water, Parasite, Nomadland, Everything Ever All at Once, Oppenheimer, and of course Anora last year. I think all benefited from uh, this new trend, and I think this easily could as well. There's a few other films that I think could benefit from this, but the reason I went with Marty Supreme is it is a bit of an Oscar baity subject matter, sports biopic, and but it is done by somebody who is not going to handle it in an Oscar bait way. It will be, I think it will be seen as fresh and unique uh for its genre, and stylistically also will be, something that they want to celebrate. And I feel like this is a good call, maybe, yeah, a good call to make for now. And I think this has a lot of potential to do really well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think like this was also my number one on my list. Full stop. I think from the trends we've been seeing from the Academy within the last few years, this makes a lot of sense. Like you were saying before, it really does feel like an auteur filmmaker finally getting his shot for his type of Oscar movie. And the movie also sounds like it would be traditional enough in certain terms to gain not only like critical appraisal, but I can feel like this would be an audience hit as well. I heard comparisons to like Spielberg's Catch Me If You Can or Wolf of Wall Street a little bit, kind of this epic sprawling like story about a life. Um, Again, weirdly enough, I Timothy Chalamet's on this weird trajectory where it almost feels like he's already overdue and he's like 26 or something. But this definitely feels like the type of role that will get him awarded. I think he's the clear front runner this early. And so, yeah, I just think if you're a betting man, this is the easiest to put your chips on.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think out of like the films that seem really um just like good bets for Best Picture, I think this is one that um I can imagine winning. Uh like you guys said, I think we're in a new era where they're looking to reward these filmmakers are who have like their own unique individual voices. And I think that the Safdie brothers, like even though they haven't been recognized before, since Uncut Gems, um, even though they haven't put out any films, I feel like that film has aged in a way where more people got on board as it came out. And now we hear so many filmmakers that are making thriller movies and stuff like and independent films cite the Safdie brothers as a big influence. And they have become like a big deal. Like even people who aren't super tuned into the industry but know some of the bigger names in filmmaking today know who the Safdie brothers are. And I do think both Safdie brothers films are going to be in the conversation, but this seems like the one out of the two because it has the budget behind it, $70 million. A24 has already given it that December release date, Christmas Day. And usually this early on, you don't hear people already campaigning for a film, but Timothy Chalamet used parts of his Complete Unknown campaign to talk about what he did on the set of Marty Supreme, and like he's told that story already so many times about the glasses messing up his eyes and stuff like that. And Gwyneth Paltrow is already talking about this film in interviews. So it seems like they're already getting the ball rolling when it comes to this. It's also been compared to films that have fared well at the Oscars before, like The Wolf of Wall Street and especially Catch Me If You Can. It seems to get a lot of comparisons to that. So I think this is going to be a really big deal. And it has a crazy cast. Like we could see, I think Chalamet and Gwyneth Paltrow seem pretty safe bets for nominations, but like we could see Tyler, the creator, in the conversation, or Fran Drescher, and you have even like a director like Abel Ferreira has a part in this, so it's a unique cast, and I'm excited to see what this film has to offer.
All right, Jared will be back in a couple minutes, by the way. Um, yep, I am very much this is my reasoning for betting on it, and I have a few films that could also fit this bill of like the auteur filmmaker um kind of having their moment. This are like the original filmmaker with their vision coming in and having this moment. So yeah, this is also my number one, and my number two is also another film that I think could feasibly do this. And maybe this is a little bit high for some, but I do feel strongly that this is a possibility, and that is Sentimental Value by
Nice.
Joachim Trier. Renata Reinsve is back. You also have Stellan Skarsgård, Elle Fanning, and you can see the long one right here. This is a neon film. Neon, of course, just won Best Picture. This is slated for Cannes, and typically Neon pushes a Cannes film, and this one seems like the most likely one of the films that they're going in with. I'm sure they'll probably pick something up as well. But you see, this is an emotional story. Nora uh, and Anis mourn the loss of their mother, and when their father comes back, he has a script. He offers the main character uh to Nora. That's Renata Reinsve, and she refuses the role, and he instead casts an American actress. That person being Elle Fanning, and of course the director is Stellan Skarsgård. I mean, this seems like a very emotionally driven story that I think a lot of people will find themselves emotionally attached to, and that is something that is very helpful for this film, for a film like this. And I think if we're talking about like someone who has an interesting like style, even when it comes to these types of films, I think Joachim Trier is that person. He proved that with Worst Person in the World. And I think he has the potential to make something that is very Oscar-y, that could even like win Best Picture, could win screenplay. Uh, I could see if this movie is winning picture, you could see Renata take actress, and Stellan Skarsgård supporting actor is something that I wouldn't fully dismiss outright. I think that's something that I would consider, and maybe even Elle Fanning, who knows? Um,
Yeah.
but Yeah.
I think this is a good bet to make for getting nominated. I wouldn't quite say when yet, just because I think there are some better. I guess there are some better narratives I think that could be strung about some of the other movies. Now, keep in mind we haven't seen any of these movies yet, so these are all shots in the dark. So like there's that. But I would say it being Neon is a good sign for it because obviously they're a really powerful player right now. Um, and Joaquin Trier, like that man's on an upward trajectory in his career for sure. I mean, A Worst Person in the World is one of the more acclaimed movies of the last 5 or so years, and that movie kind of just snuck into best screenplay due to passion alone, because like it wasn't like it was doing great that season in that category up until that point. So obviously people do appreciate and love like this man and his work. Not only that, this cast has like some more notable Americans in it that might give it a appeal at the box office potentially a little more. Um so I do believe that this has good marks to be his Oscar moment, but at the same time I'm wondering if voting for it for picture yet is kind of gunning too soon for it pulling quote unquote the Anora again when a different narrative could shape because I feel like there are significantly different narrative shaping this season already with some movies like we explained before with Marty Supreme. And then
Well,
another one
I,
that you
I
make
will
an
say
argument
like
for that I know is on your list soon. So
the I will say like, I'm not predicting this because like, oh well Neon just went with Anora and so they could
yeah,
do it again here. Like that's not how this works. Studios normally do not win two Best Picture Oscars in a row, right? I'm just saying like I think I can see the path for it, especially if it like since it does fit in with this like original original vision from an auteur who very they make the movies they want to make, and I think that is what is attractive to Oscar voters, and that's why,
yeah, 100
even in the
percent.
face of like, Honora or Everything Everywhere having very unconventional aesthetics, like they were able to pull it off and basically sweet.
Yeah,
So that's kind of my um that's kind of what I'm going with here with sentimental value.
yeah, no, that makes sense.
I think this is definitely going to be a top contender. Um, it's probably my number one right now, but that's biased because like my favorite movie of the decade is The Worst Person in the World. So I'm really rooting for Joachim Trier to get a nomination, and potentially win. But I do think this is a film that is going to really resonate with people. Like his films have a lot of heart and are funny and are true to life, and they're very artistic, but they're also broadly appealing. And like you said, Brett, with like the American actors in there, like Elle Fanning, and then um, Stellan Skarsgård is the name that people know. I think that it is going to draw more people in, and he's a bigger name now because of Worst Person in the World. Um, and yeah, Neon has a lot of cachet right now. I don't know if they're going to win twice in a row, but they definitely, and we'll talk about this a little later, George, but I think they definitely um, have the upper hand this year in terms of like being able to get two films in to Best Picture. Um, and and one thing I do want to mention about this is I think there's going to be like a Norwegian wave this year. Not like how there was with Brazil, but like I think like I'm looking at the contenders and we have this film, we have Christopher Borgly's The Friend. No, sorry, The Drama, which is he's a Norwegian director, and then we have Mona Fastbolt is a Norwegian director, and then apparently um Hedda is based on like a Norwegian play or novel or something. So I think there's going to be this kind of like interest in Norwegian culture this year, and this could be like this could kind of be boosted by all of that. Um, and yeah, I think it has potential to get like lots of nominations. It'll probably be at Cannes and TIFF, and is the kind of film that could place for um, like the audience award. So yeah,
Absolutely. I feel sentimental already and valued by this movie.
We haven't heard from Jared yet. I want to know what he thinks.
Um, yeah, I think this isn't as big of a content. I don't know. I yeah, I don't know what to make of this movie. I think Neon's gonna have its hands full with Chuck, and then they're gonna pick something up that can. And I worry this one's gonna fall by the wayside and have kind of a quiet premiere and then it not be anything. I'm kind of not really sold on it. But
Unless it
I'm
wins the palm, which would be interesting.
and
yeah.
they do sometimes go in with instead of picking something up. Like last year, for example, they already had a Nora.
They also already
So
had Parasite and Titan, so that's
yeah, so they sometimes do that instead of picking a movie up. And this year they're bringing both Sentimental Value and Alpha to Cannes, it seems like.
Hmm.
Um,
more than likely, yeah.
Ooh,
yeah.
I'm an alpha. No, that was the stupidest thing I've ever said. Maybe you cut that out. So
I
sorry.
will say I don't think this is going to be a quiet premiere simply because of who the director is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
And
I agree with that.
I think Renate is like a lot of people are really excited about her as an actress too because
Yeah.
um
I mean, she was in The Different Man already,
She's
and
so good in
she's,
that too.
yeah, she was just in
yeah.
Armand, which was Norway's
Is she
contender.
in Zach Kreger's next film too?
I believe so, yeah.
Mhm. She can
Yeah.
Renee Reinsfeld, right? That's her. That's how you
Run,
pronounce it.
I think it's Renata Reinsve.
Yeah. I was gonna say that I'm free Thursday, but now that I can't pronounce her name, I don't think I should.
No.
Okay, well, that's already two instances of simping this episode. Let's just move on. Uh,
Whoa,
okay,
did you guys know she's 37? I did not
Oh,
expect that.
Whoa.
crazy.
That's crazy.
All right, here. This is the one I think most people are gonna
Oh
have
no.
out front right now. One battle after another.
heck yeah, let's go.
The
I'm so
cast is
hyped
too
for
long
this.
for me to list them all, so I had to put. Actually, I don't know. I don't know if you guys could if can see it at all underneath there. I had to.
A lot of Himes in it? I didn't even realize that. That rules.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's in a
Yo.
couple movies this year, actually. Uh,
Which is glad
but
because I wanted
a-
her to act more after Licorice Pizza. So
yeah. Anyway, this is it's a Warner Brothers film. It's PTA's biggest movie ever. It's got like a $100 million budget. We just got a teaser drop. It is based on, as you can see here, Vineland by Thomas Pynchon. Now, for some people, there's going to be a red flag because that is the same author of Inherent Vice. Um,
And
though
Gravity's Rainbow.
apparently test screening reports have indicated that this is much more digestible, much more accessible. It's like actually like a fun action movie, which I'm I've read parts of this book. It's a very difficult book to read. It's not really as action oriented as the film seems to be. Like it seems to be like a very loose adaptation, more or
Interesting.
less.
Well, Thomas Pynchon, if you ever try reading him, it's hard. It takes a while. Like,
I
and
yeah,
yeah,
it's
Gravity's Rainbow is like that's known to be one of the most difficult books of all time. Like, that's the
yeah,
joke of.
it's like up there with like Infinite Jest.
Yeah,
Um,
exactly.
but with this film, it's when their evil nemesis resurfaces after 16 years, a band of ex-revolutionaries reunite to rescue the daughter of one of their own. That's a little bit different from the plot of the novel. The novel's plot is basically like there's this like Reagan attorney because it takes place during the 80s, so it's like a Reagan administration attorney is prosecuting Leonardo DiCaprio's character. and so then he basically tells his daughter to go on the run and look for her mother. Uh, and I believe this film, instead of being set in the 80s, is set in the 2000s. So, it's the, George W. Bush era of politics, and that's going to be interesting because we all grew up during that time, and I think there needs to be more focus put on that time because Bush, in my opinion, is W. Bush is, in my opinion, the worst president in American history. So, I think we need to put a lot more focus on his era of politics as well. Um,
Worse than the current one?
Yeah, the current one's
Oh,
a fascist. I'm just like, I'm
Yeah.
not saying I don't
well, George
yeah.
like.
W. Bush is also a fascist, to be fair.
Well,
Um,
I
Yeah,
mean,
but there's a little difference. And I
okay,
think
okay, second worst. Fine, 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 fine.
okay.
Second
that
worst.
I'll agree with.
I mean,
Um,
I would agree with you. I would agree with you when it comes if you come to the fact that like Dick Cheney was pretty much pulling the strings,
Yeah.
which is true. Um, but it's still second worst. Yeah, I
uh,
could agree with that. I think.
anyway, we're not to get into too much politics here, but that's it's supposed to be very overtly political. Sean Penn's character is reportedly an open white supremacist. Um,
Interesting.
and it seems like a bit of a postmodern, like, you know, sort of thing, right? Like it seems to be speaking to the times, as it were. So now what you've got here is what looks to be an action chase movie, set in Vineland, California. And this is a film where, like, based on the content of what I've read in that book, I'm not sure that it is going to land with everybody. It's something where, like, I think a lot of people might respect the ambition, but not so much the execution. Though apparently much of that content has been changed for the film. And, depending on how this movie resonates, this is another film that I could see it, like, as a film that, like, this is finally what Paul Thomas Anderson gets his best picture Oscar for, or his best director Oscar for, whatever the case may be.
Mhm.
I just, like, sometimes I feel like, when we try to predict, like, directors who we have wanted to see get Oscars for a while, and we try to predict that they do, and this is finally it. Like, it may not be that. Although PTA has had 11 nominations at this point with no win. And, if this film is big, like, it almost seems like this might be the time we have to do it. It might be his Nolan moment, as it were.
Yeah, I agree with that estimation of it. This is my number two on my list right now after Marty Supreme, and again, like the whole it being based off of that novel at first was a little bit of a red flag to me, and then I went, no, I feel like that's going to be okay. He's going to be able to adapt it in a way for someone would give him over $100 million to adapt it. That's the biggest thing. For me, I see that if we go back to what we were talking about with Marty Supreme, and we talk about director, visionary, filmmaker being able to make the movie that he wants to make. There's not going to be a better example than Paul Thomas Anderson being given over $100 million to make this movie because that's crazy. And that's just a victory lap. Because I think for a long time, PTA's been your favorite director, you know? Like, he's not like a household name in the way that like Nolan is or Spielberg is or anything like that, but he's made obviously some of the most acclaimed and loved movies of like the last 20 to 30 years. And like we said, I think he is so beloved by the Academy to the point where he can literally release Inherent Vice, which is a incredibly strange movie, and still get a screenplay nomination for that movie. No one else is that powerful. I mean, there's very few people who are powerful enough to get that type of movie as screenplay nomination. He is obviously beloved, and I think the fact that he's getting studio money to make this big movie and it's going to be in wide release is going to be a huge deal for the industry. Um, it'll probably end up losing money, but I almost think that might be a respect point to the Academy members is this idea of like, man, Paul Thomas Anderson really got to make the movie he wanted to make and gave nothing else about how commercially viable it would be. Depending on the reception, the only way I would really be turning back on this movie being a big awards player is if like it got Babylon type of reviews. Like if people were like really, really mixed on it, I might be like, oh, okay, well, maybe it won't. But I think if this movie gets decent, solid enough reviews or exceptional reviews, then yeah, it's going to be like a huge player come Oscar time.
Yeah, I think we're at the point where Paul Thomas Anderson is um has that kind of narrative going for him like Nolan did with Oppenheimer, where it's just kind of ridiculous at this point that we haven't given him an Oscar. And he's just one of the most successful and acclaimed and at this point like popular filmmakers out there. And he's not quite a household name, but I do think if this is a big hit, it could definitely he has the filmography where um like if this becomes a big hit, people are going to go back and watch all of his movies around this time, and I could see like theater chains doing retrospectives and stuff, and I could really see there being a narrative like, yeah, this is a movie that is really speaking to the times. It's fun, it's got big stars in it, and it's Paul Thomas Anderson's time. But also I don't like, for example, the teaser that just came out, that didn't totally sell me. Like it does seem a little like Coen Brothers-y, like goofy. And I don't know if that's like Paul Thomas Anderson in his prime. Although he's kind of like, even though he very much has a style, he's also kind of like chameleonic where he can um adapt to different kinds of films. Like Licorice Pizza is totally different than something like There Will Be Blood, but they both have his stamp on it. So this could just be, a more accessible film, but still have that complexity that he brings to every movie. And I think there is a lot of excitement in him working with Leonardo DiCaprio, because at this point, DiCaprio has worked with like all the major filmmakers of that like era. I mean, he's worked with, Spielberg, Scorsese, and then uh Tarantino and Nolan and like PTA. I feel like this is a long-awaited collaboration. Um, and I think he's gonna draw people in too, like that may not have gone, like mainstream audiences that might not have gone to see a PTA movie like it's an event, might go because of DiCaprio's name.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry.
Um, yeah, I kind of have kind of the opposite opinion on this. I just have a gut feeling that that this is like hold on. Like because of all the reports saying that this is like mainstream PTA. Let me try. I'm gonna retry what I'm trying to say. I think this is gonna fall more in the Mickey 17 Babylon camp, where there will be its fans, and it will be pretty good. But I see it as the director had an opportunity to take some big budget money out of Warner Brothers to make his own kind of weird thing, and it might not hit with audiences, and it becomes more of a look, the studio lost so much money because of this. And the movie's called One Battle After Another because it's supposedly just that. It's you're going to be taken as audience members on one action set piece from another, constantly on the move and going. I don't know if we're gonna have like any like what's going to be the whole like heart or crux of the story if it's just going to be an action kind of set at piece. I hate that I'm like really doubtful about this, but it's just like man, I have to go with my gut feeling based on what I've heard. I had this maybe like in like my 15. I just feel like something's going to go wrong, like it's not going to connect or the mains is just not going to latch anywhere, and I'm sure it's going to be great. PTA is a great director, and there will be its like
There will be both
adoring
sides.
fans. I just have a hard trouble seeing this as a best picture thing, but I can 110% prove it wrong, and I want to be proven wrong. I'm just here voicing my little opinion.
Yeah, no,
I
I
think,
mean that checks out as a solid enough opinion because I know that some people are kind of are gonna probably gonna be divided about it. As usually what happens when a director takes a big budget swing like that, you know what I mean? So I
Hmm.
don't
Here's
think
the other
that's
thing
gonna
about
cost
that
anything.
too, though. Like Warner Brothers typically gets something. Like they don't go empty-handed, right? And the thing about that is, if it's not this movie, the only other thing they have that I can think of is F1, which we'll get to momentarily.
but Apple is actually handling the
But that
awards
it is
campaign.
also an Apple film, right? So
Yeah,
I, spoiler, do not have F1 in my top 10. Uh, and this just seems like their best play, especially since, as Brett said, people in Hollywood have a lot of respect for this motherfucker. That's why he's getting all this money in the first place, is because people fucking respect him. Even if they don't love him, they respect him. That's what that you motherfucker got Phantom Thread surprise nominations in Best Director and Best Picture. No, not one person on God's green earth saw that coming. And
Even though that movie's a masterpiece and probably should have gotten more, but whatever.
then Licorice Pizza, even when it had its own controversial elements, that movie got three nominations, all of them for him, because they people just they just fucking love the guy. They have a lot of respect for this guy and what he does, and just for that reason, I think it'll be enough. It'll be enough to get, this movie a nomination for Best Picture. And the thing about it is like this guy has been a bit of a staple almost his entire career. Motherfucker, like there's only two films that he's ever done that have ever been shut out: Punch Drunk Love and Heart Eight. Boogie Nights got screenplay and a couple of actors. Magnolia got screenplay and Tom Cruise and a song nomination.
Y'all want to hear something crazy that'll make you feel sad a little bit? He was 27 when he made Boogie Nights.
that's
Yeah.
crazy. What?
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was 26 when he made Heart 8.
That's
Life is
insane.
so cruel. Anyways,
I didn't realize he got into it that young.
yeah,
That's
like he's still a pretty young guy. He's like in his 50s, I think. And he's made already like 10 movies. So, like,
true.
Yeah.
to him.
But yeah, this is a filmmaker people respect, and it's just like it's hard to imagine that like this movie's gonna go completely fucking nowhere, and only because like it just didn't do well at the box office. Like I know Babylon happened. Damien Chazelle does not have the clout that Paul Thomas Anderson does. He just doesn't.
That's true. And also, I mean, and I'm not about to say that Jared said it would go empty handed because that wasn't his point. But I will say that Babylon still picked up like, what, three nominations?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Hmm.
So it's not
And
the fact that he has no clout. Like, the
uh
fact
he
that that movie was a 50% Rotten Tomatoes movie and still got three nominations is pretty impressive.
he has I think Chazelle has a lot of clout. He's just like way earlier in his career than PTA.
Yeah,
I
what I
think
mean
like
is he doesn't have the clout that PTA does, right?
yeah.
Just like yeah,
yet, but I think
Yeah,
At
yeah,
when Chazelle is PTA's age, I think he definitely will.
totally. I can see that for sure. But PTA hasn't been the commercial director yet that someone like a Nolan or a Spielberg or even in Tarantino has been. And
Yeah.
this is kind of his time to show if he can do that. And I feel like he'll be able to.
I mean, DiCaprio being in it is big enough. That'll attract a lot of people.
Yes.
DiCaprio's in Chazelle's next movie, actually, too.
Yeah. Wow. Oh yeah, the Evil Knievel movie.
Yeah,
All
We're
right.
gonna move.
Well,
What does Evil Knievel like jazz music?
apparently.
well.
Imagine if there's a scene in that movie where Evil Knievel looks at the camera and goes, "Man, I really appreciate jazz music." I would laugh so
Well.
hard.
Anyway, number four. Just going and moving on to this.
Yeah.
We have Frankenstein. This
Woo.
is one okay, here's the reason it's number four, because I don't really see it winning Best Picture. The reason I have it at four is because I think there's so many tech nominations that kind of has to be in, right? So here's the thing. Guillermo del Toro, you want to talk about directors who have clout?
Yeah.
Del Toro is another one. Del
Yeah,
Toro is
for sure.
another person, is another one. Fucking Nightmare Alley, like
Yeah.
randomly got its ass in Best Picture. That was like insane. And this movie, look, it's a Frankenstein movie. You kind of know the story, but here's the thing. How many nominations is this going to get? Cinematography, makeup, costumes, production design, maybe even score. If you have like 4 or 5 tech nominations likely already in, you're likely getting in. And this is also a Netflix movie. I know Netflix has Ballad of a Small Player and Jay Kelly and like some other films that we'll talk about. This one just makes the most sense to me just because it has the strongest like haul already on paper. I don't think this is gonna win picture. I don't think Del Toro's getting another Best Picture Oscar here. I don't like he could even miss director for this just because it's like very IP. But I just like I imagine the text that it's inevitably going to get, and I can't, and when I imagine it getting the text, I can't imagine it missing picture, especially with Netflix backing it.
Yeah, I get Nosferatu vibes from it, but this is not just because it's a monster movie, though. Let me make that clear. Number one, I want to be frank before I start this. This is like straight up in my top five most anticipated movies of the year. I literally cannot wait. This is like completely made for me specifically. I'm a big Del Toro head. Um, Shape of Water was like my Anora, George. I was like screaming when that one Best Picture. Uh, when that happened. Back in the day. Like it was great. Like that was like one of the first times where like I was rooting for a movie so hard to win Best Picture, and then it happened, and I was like, "This is the best. This is the best." So I love him. I've literally seen that man live. I mean, he's incredible, and this movie's gonna be incredible. A lot of people have been kind of doing the whole like, well, Del Toro's just gonna get in now because of Nightmare Alley, but I think they forgot that Pinocchio exists, and like
That is also an
Pinocchio,
animated movie.
And it
it's
won.
true, and it won animated, right? And it was beloved, but like the thing is, I really think they could have showered Pinocchio more with stuff, and they didn't, which I don't. I think means they're not just going to immediately go for Del Toro because it's Del Toro, even after the Nightmare Alley thing. And this is gonna be like a quirky, offbeat Frankenstein movie with that's a technical achievement, but I do think that some people are gonna be like, well, it's just Frankenstein again or whatever. And I think that might kind of actually deteriorate from getting into like again, like George, you were saying like screenplay director stuff. And so it might just be something that they nod the technicals to. That being said, your point of it being like a beloved director that has a lot of clout in the industry that's going to get a bunch of techs is completely
Backed
valid
by Netflix.
by Netflix. Yeah, that's all completely valid for this thing to get in. I just have some red flags that make me go, I don't know if they'll go for this due to it. And look, this is very much me saying this the same way that Jared was saying this about one way or another. I hope I'm wrong. I seriously hope I'm wrong. It would be awesome if we lived in a world where a Frankenstein movie got nominated for Best Picture. Please sign me up for that world. Like, please let me be wrong. I have Michael on my list. Please let me be wrong. Like, but I just have hesitations. That's all I'm saying.
I'm super confident in this one. Like, for me, I think this is up there and I don't know if it's necessarily like going to be in the winning conversation, but I think this will be firmly in that best picture conversation all year long. Um, I think one thing that like for me, outside of just Del Toro directing it, one thing that makes this stand apart from just being like another Frankenstein movie is that it's directly being adapted from the Mary Shelley book, instead of like the green monster that we're all used to in film. So this is going to take her original source material and adapt it faithfully. And I don't think we've ever really seen anything like that. Like apparently, I think Kenneth Branagh did tried that, but it wasn't like a huge hit or anything. Um, and I think there's going to be some sort of Frankenstein fever going around because even though The Bride got pushed to March, I believe.
Mhm.
The fact that two Frankenstein movies were about to come out like right around the same time means that there is going to be some sort of like re-interest in that property.
I will
Um,
say also, not to interrupt you, I'm so sorry.
oh,
But
no worries.
in correlation with Monster Energy, Universal's about to release an entire theme park about monsters in like a month. That's
Yeah,
also going to give some sort of renewed interest in like monster movies for sure.
yeah, and I think that could really help this. And even though this is technically like a horror movie, I guess, I think it's more going to be like a gothic drama. And like everyone's familiar with Frankenstein and that book and that story. And I think seeing someone who is like so like perfect for this source material and makes films um that are these adult fantasies that are so beautifully and exquisitely crafted. I think he's just the perfect person to adapt this. And it's just going to be like this perfect marriage of like an auteur and a story that come together, and this will be like the seminal Frankenstein adaptation. And yeah, I think it's going to be like one of the most beloved films of the year. It'll probably play TIFF because he loves Toronto and
Oh my
he
gosh,
like
I
lives
have to get
there.
that TIFF
He lives
screening,
there,
or
yeah.
else I will
Yeah,
eat my
It,
shoe.
I just
Anyway,
looked
sorry.
it. I just looked it up right now, and they even filmed in Toronto. So
it
like,
did. Yeah,
yeah,
I remember that.
and
They
I.
filmed at Tristan's house.
It did. Yeah. I am Frankenstein in the movie.
um,
So wait, you're Jacob Elordi?
I'm a stunt double.
Nice. You look exactly the same, so it makes sense.
Yeah.
yeah. For me, we just all agree. I think this could be a thing. With Netflix, with Del Toro, with the cast, with it being on Netflix. Y- um, and also knowing that like it's been Del Toro's like passion project a little, that he's been really wanting to make this. Um, I think we'll have him step up as a filmmaker and make something really beautiful. So yeah.
And I
All
think
right.
I know we're just talking about picture, but Oscar Isaac is like super overdue at this point, and like this could
Well, here I think he's honestly more like I have him getting a nomination, but not for this, for a different film.
the In the Hand of Dante.
Yeah, we'll talk about that later in the list, but yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah, it's possible that that director Schnabel, he's another one that randomly, he never gets a Best Picture nomination, but he randomly gets acting nominations for like
Yeah.
all of his movies.
Anyway,
Like he did At Eternity's Gate last.
yeah.
That was his last movie.
So that's Frankenstein. Now we move on to the next one here. Bugonia. I already know
Uh,
a couple of y'all disagree with me on this one. So this is a remake of a South Korean movie, Save the Green Planet. Uh Basically it follows two conspiracy obsessed young men kidnap the high-powered CEO of a major company, convinced that she is an alien intent on destroying planet Earth. Um, you got Jesse Plemons, Emma Stone, Alicia Silverstone. Some of the things that I've heard about this movie are kind of interesting, based on the original film, number one, but also, uh, have you guys heard the rumors that Emma Stone completely shaved her head for this movie?
She did.
Yeah.
Like, have you seen her on the
Yeah, like it's probably true. Like
yeah,
She'd do anything for Yorgos at this point.
yeah.
yeah.
it's
If
just
if
like,
Yorgos was
she
like,
has
"Can
like
you
one of the most
please
fascinating
you please step
post-Oscar win
into a bed of
careers I've
acid?"
ever
And
I've
she'd be
ever
like, "Yeah,
seen.
sure, Yorgos." Yeah, it's crazy. Good for her
Yeah.
though.
I mean, not just like Yorgos movies, but also like The Curse.
Yeah.
You know,
People are saying she might be like on a Meryl Streep trajectory where she could get like, 20 nominations.
No,
well, I don't
she's one of
know
our best
about that
actresses work.
right now, but
She's one of our best actresses working.
Oh
Like
yeah.
100%. Like,
I think she's the leading one of her generation.
yeah.
And maybe Jennifer Lawrence is around there too, but like I don't
What?
think Jennifer What?
What? Jennifer Lawrence?
Yeah, she's definitely not quite on the level of Emma Stone, but like especially after Die My Love, I think.
Tr
Okay, wait, hold
Tristan,
up.
calm down, bro.
Jennifer Lawrence has gotten kind of like a downswing in her career, but trust me, after this year, we'll be saying that.
No, okay, but like I get that you're a superstar in the Hunger Games, but can you name a movie where she's better in than Emma Stone in La La Land or Poor Things
Um,
or The Curse?
no, but like I just know she has it in her. Like I know it'll happen.
I want to be clear. I don't hate Jennifer Lawrence. I think she's a talented actress. But like Emma Stone is like I think maybe top 5, top 3 actresses working. Like it's just kind of a different playing field.
So like you're saying like Emma Stone's like Meryl Streep and Jennifer Lawrence is like Sally
Well,
Field.
I'll be real here. I'll be
what
real
the
here.
hell?
I'll be real here. Emma Stone's a better actress than Meryl Streep, but
Emma Stone is Judi Dench.
what?
I don't
Okay,
know.
before we keep making random ass comparisons,
I don't know. But I also think that Mikey Madison was better than Nora than any Meryl Streep performance. So there's my
well,
take.
you know how I feel about that.
I haven't seen Sophie's Choice, so I can't say that.
Look,
Uh, to be fair,
Meryl,
I haven't either.
I mean, I've made this point on other podcasts, I think, but I think Meryl Streep gets massively overrated. Um,
Aw.
I
she's a capable actress. Don't get me
all right,
wrong, but
we're
she
getting on
does
a
the same
tangent
thing in
here.
a lot of her movies.
I think she had a bad like last 2 decades, but
Bugonia,
like
Bugonia. Uh,
Uh,
Here's the thing.
fun.
I am not predicting this simply because it's a Yorgos Lanthimos film. Like look, I know I'm well aware Kinds of Kindness does not make it. I am very well aware of that. Here's the thing. When Yorgos, my general rule at this point is when Yorgos is writing a movie, no way. Absolutely no way. When he's not writing it, that's a green flag because that kind of means like his style is gonna be a little bit curtailed. His weirdness is gonna be curtailed. That this is not written by Tony McNamara. It is written by Will Tracy, who wrote The Menu. He is also a Succession writer.
Gross.
Um, so the guy has written acclaimed stuff, and he knows how to make things palatable, especially things that are, a little bit more class conscious, which is something that I think is a little bit needed in this world, considering the, robber baron welfare queen who is sitting in the White House right now. and the other robber baron welfare queen who was looting the treasury. Uh, and the robber
And the
baron
other
welfare
robber
queen who was
baron
shot and
welfare
killed
queen
in by
who
Luigi Mangione.
Department of Education. And the
Um,
other anyway, sorry.
uh,
They all are.
and so many other, robber baron welfare queens out there. Um, this is like like class conscious, like class warfare is kind of like a theme this year, I guess, with some of these movies, or just in general. Like, you saw Parasite do it. Even Anora has a little bit of that to a lesser degree. This one's, I think, is probably going to be a lot heavier on that type of commentary. This is a Focus Features movie, and Focus Features gets a lot of stuff in. And a green flag is for this one is that Focus has already slated this for its first week of November slot. And that was the sign that told us to predict Conclave. It was a sign that told us to predict The Holdovers. And those movies both did very well. Conclave won adapted screenplay. The Holdovers won supporting actress. They both got into Best Picture and several other nominations. I feel like, and I understand, like, the original movie is weird. I understand that. Here's the thing. Literally 2 years ago, a movie that had hot dog fingers, a scene in which a security guard cannonballs onto a butt plug and proceeds to do kung fu fighting with said butt plug up his asshole, and a bunch of other crazy ass shit, multiverses, uh, rocks with googly eyes, won 7 Academy Awards. And in an era where a movie like that can win Best Picture, I firmly believe content does not matter. What matters is how you actually resonate with people in spite of that. I think Anora kind of proves this as well, because that movie, a lot of people said that movie is very sexual, and it is incredibly explicit, and it's stressful in certain points. It didn't matter. That movie just resonated with people at the right time, and it won. Parasite, kind of a similar situation. Shape of Water, I could go on and on. I firmly believe like you do not need to like, and let's also not forget like some of the crazier nominees too, right? Some like would you something like The Substance, right? Like that is like, and Poor Things is from Yorgos. Content does not matter. What matters is how you actually resonate with people. And I feel like Bugonia, if it is done in the right way, and I think the screenwriter is a good sign of that. Uh, it can just hit in spite of like its zaniness, if you will.
So I understand what you're saying. I get it. I get where you're coming from this. I think they might even be thinking this is the play that it is. But as so I used to be friends with someone who was like obsessed with the original movie of this, and I've heard a lot about it. Have not watched it myself. It's been on my list, but it is bleak and uncompromising and gross, and it is something that a small fraction of people actually genuinely like. And they're usually weirdos. That's what I'm saying. Like it has this weird cult base, right? It's kind of more of like a not the same thing, but it's like a Gasper Noé type of cult film. I don't think knowing Yorgos and his sensibilities as a filmmaker, he's going to stray away too much from that sort of weird, abstract vision. I do like this is another movie I'm incredibly excited to watch actually. As someone I'm so on Yorgos, I think sometimes he hits, I think he has some issues as a filmmaker to be honest with you, but that's neither here or there. I think this is kind of perfectly in his wheelhouse. But this movie is going to feel more like Kinds of Kindness than it will Poor Things, just by structure and form. It will make people walking out feeling gross about themselves if they stay true to the original vision of what the thing's trying to do. For me, when you're talking about these movies that are weird and surreal that are getting recognition from the Academy, which is that's the best, that's the coolest thing that's happened with the Academy. Honestly, is finally they're recognizing these trailblazing movies that take risks like that. Like I just kind of wish that like David Lynch was able to make movies in this era because like I feel like he would have been much more warmly receptive and stuff. Like it's really cool. It's really interesting and I love it. But regardless of that, Shape of Water, Everything Everywhere All at Once, even The Substance to a certain point, they all have, especially Poor Things, which I mean is the other Yorgos movie. They all have this sort of, they're grounded in a sense of humanity and they're about us as people. That's one of my favorite things about, I listened to this thing about Pixar and how they're able to make these movies about like talking fish or toys or whatever feel so universal. And like in the writers room they always say that the movies are about us, they're not about toys, they're not about monsters, they're not about fish, they're about us. And I think every weird movie that's won best picture is because they are movies about us. And I think that's a big thing with even The Substance last year. It's definitely a movie about our own insecurities. This movie, if it goes to the original source material, is going to be more so a socially political movie. It's going to be about the world more so. And it's going to be about another Eat the Rich movie, which I have nothing against, but we have an abundance of those. And if the writer of the menu has shown us anything, um, he's not going to be making any sort of interesting observations outside of the source material. I don't think he's a very obvious writer, from at least what I've seen.
Which
So
to be fair, that could be something that appeals to Oscar voters.
I guess so. I guess so. I just, for me, at the end of the day, I wonder how progressive the Oscar voters have actually gotten in that regard. If this movie comes out and it is an accurate depiction of the original source material and is that weird and that bleak and that gross and it gets nominated for best picture, boom, it's over. Any movie can get nominated for best picture. It's over. The dam is broken. Because I'm telling you, it would be like if a Gaspar Noé movie got nominated for best picture. That is how weird this movie is. So that's where I'm still kind of like, hmm. But what you're saying is also so correct. It has the right time slot. You know, Obviously Yorgos is beloved by the Academy, and same with Emma Stone. And it is something that is socially conscious to the world. So I'm not saying it's like an impossibility, but I'm saying I don't have it on my list yet because I just like I I would be flabbergasted type of thing if it happened. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know about this one because, like, on one hand, just from a marketing standpoint, having Begonia in that November slot is kind of already prepping it for awards consideration. And we've heard reports that this is probably going to go to Venice, which again is a good launching pad for Yorgos's films. All of I think, yeah, all the films he's had two films go to Venice because The Lobster and all of those other ones premiered at Cannes, the ones that didn't get Best Picture. And every time his films go to Venice, they end up becoming awards contenders. Um, so just on a pure marketing standpoint, it does seem like this is being positioned for awards. But like everything you're saying about it, and about the original material, I do like wonder. Um, he's a filmmaker who can get pretty weird. And I do kind of wonder how he's going to mesh with Will Tracy. Will Tracy's his name, right? The screenwriter.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I do think Will Tracy is really like I haven't seen Succession, but at least with the menu, um, I do think he's pretty obvious with his themes and I do think there's a palatable quality to his writing, but not in the same way as Tony McNamara, who lets the weird really come through. I felt like Tony McNamara and um, Yorgos were like a perfect combo. And I just don't know how he's going to work with Will Tracy. I can't really see it in my head. And I also see Focus is Slate, and I see Hamnet is right there, and that apparently like I've heard mixed things. I've heard some like reports that the test screening was a little mixed, and then I've heard other reports that this is a huge like return to form and like a real great film from Chloe Zhao. So I'm not sure. You can never really trust test screening reactions because people just kind of make up stuff. But um, I do think that there's a possibility that's their big contender. But Focus can get two films in there, especially if they're both two of the best of the year. So I don't know. I don't know. I have this on like the in the 11 to 15 range for now, but that November release date is tempting. What do you think, Jared?
Yeah, nothing else to like really add, except that while we were talking, I researched a little the original movie, and it's supposed to be like really graphic and gory. So like that's really like but the substance was too, I guess. But I guess we'll have to see where this goes, where we're going with
I'm just saying,
this.
I think the release date gives me confidence. Focus gives me confidence. The fact that Yorgos is not writing the script gives me confidence. I
I
feel like,
I found out too Ari Aster is producing this for some
yeah,
reason, so that's gonna be
that's
fun.
interesting.
I think Aster was on this project before even Yorgos was. Because from what I heard, Ari Aster and Emma Stone were working on Eddington, and then that's kind of how Yorgos got involved in Begonia. But I could be wrong. I just like read it in passing on Reddit.
We shall see. We shall see. All right, I don't think there's going to be much debate about this next one here. Michael.
Yeah, there is debate. I don't have this in.
I don't either.
Oh, wait, I forgot. Yeah, some people don't think this is coming out.
It's not.
Look, here's the thing. I understand there were reports about, oh, they have to reshoot the last act of the movie. Apparently, that was a little bit embellished, uh, as far as I can see. Uh, but look, here's the thing. You like Michael Jackson. I feel like I don't need to justify this prediction because Michael Jackson is a mega star, probably the biggest pop star in the history of pop, right? One of the biggest fucking stars. He's a worldwide sensation. Uh, he also was a shitty person, more so um, and this is gonna be a total glaze fest, as we know. It's probably not gonna be very good, considering the director. They also did get his nephew to play Michael Jackson, which he's unproven. We don't know uh if that's gonna work. And look, there is a world where this movie just gets a 20 on Metacritic and it's just like it just has bad buzz on quality, but this movie can get like mixed reviews. It can get mixed leaning negative reviews and still make $1 billion and be loved by audiences and then just cruise on into a Best Picture nomination. Uh, Kind of like Bohemian Rhapsody did. Is it going to repeat Bohemian Rhapsody one for one? I don't think so. But you kind of have to be prepared for that possibility, is all I'm saying.
I just I'm a little skeptical for a few reasons. I know like on paper it makes a lot of sense. And I know this is going to make a ton of money. Like this will beat Oppenheimer's record of the highest grossing biopic of all time. Um, and Bohemian Rhapsody's record of music biopic. I think though this could be like really critically hated. Like this could be unanimously panned. Because it doesn't really it has a pretty bad director at the helm. Um, I don't think that Antoine Fuqua is like a very good filmmaker. I don't know if that's a controversial opinion or
Bryan
not,
Singer's not a good filmmaker either.
but and I don't want to I'm not defending Bryan Singer here. Bryan Singer had The Usual Suspects, which I hate. I hate that movie, but it got a lot of love from the Academy and it is
Antoine Fuqua had Training Day.
I know, and I think Training Day is awful as well. Um
God damn.
I think that movie sucks. Uh
Wow.
um I don't know, maybe I just hate Antoine Fuqua's movies and I just am not predicting it because of that, and it's
Well, the
blinding me
screenwriter
from
is the same screenwriter as Hugo, I think.
what?
Oh,
Oh, let's put this
Apparently.
in.
oh.
Put this in.
Oh,
Yeah, let's go.
Hugo
That's
the Aviator.
intriguing.
Let me double check that. I'm pretty sure I got that. I got that correct.
so.
I
You all
also
heard me say earlier.
yeah,
I have this in my predictions, and I hate that I have it in my predictions because everything I've heard about this movie sounds like the worst movie I've ever seen. Uh,
yeah.
it just sounds horrendous. It sounds tone deaf. It sounds awful. Look, I really like Michael Jackson's music. Human Nature is one of my favorite songs ever written ever, even though it is a Toto song. That's neither here or there.
Yeah, yeah, it's the same guy. Hugo, the Aviator, Gladiator, uh,
Interesting.
Yeah.
Rango, Last Samurai, Skyfall, Spectre,
Interesting.
Alien Covenant.
Huh. Well,
Yeah.
what I'll say is if Michael comes out this year, which it's looking like it will, it's gonna make like $1 billion. And if anything I learned from Bohemian Rhapsody is even if the movie sucks and is really tone deaf, people are gonna be like, "Man, I love Michael Jackson. I'm gonna see it 8 times in theaters." Dur, dur, dur. And then the Academy will be like, "Oh, look, that means it good," and then it'll get nominated for like 10 plus nominations. And I don't need an Amelia Perez again. I don't need that this season. I really don't. Um, I think there's a really compelling movie to be made about a complicated Michael Jackson who was not a perfect human because obviously he wasn't, and that would be a really compelling movie. But obviously, that's not the movie that's going to be made. I mean, literally, they talked about the reshoots. Like it's crazy to me that they're going to just make him like the hopeless victim of the whole thing. Like that's so gross. Um, so yeah, I already hate this movie. I don't usually do that with movies unless they're directed by the Russo brothers. But I already hate this movie. Um, and I just want to forget about it.
I will give you a little bit of a silver lining this though, Brett. I don't see anywhere where this wins Best Picture.
No, I don't think it'll win
I
Best
like I think I would legitimately put it like a 0% chance almost.
No, not at all. But the fact that we
Yeah.
didn't have to talk about it is annoying.
I just
Like
think
I just find it annoying and tiring.
there is like a complexity to and a carefulness you need to like to tell this story properly. And I don't think that the Michael Jackson estate and um Antoine Fuqua are going to do that. Like I don't think they're
Well, of course
capable of
not.
that.
But they don't
Yeah.
fucking care. No one's gonna fucking care.
It's just
They obviously like that's not right. I'm just saying like that's the reality.
and it's just yeah, it's really complex. And it's more complex if you read like into it. And there's reports that he was like he never fully grew up like mentally. And it makes it like the whole story really complicated. Um, and they're not gonna cover any of that. And they're not gonna cover the sexual assault allegations and all of that properly either, and there's a lot of terrible stuff that happened that they're just gonna totally ignore, and or they're gonna tell it and not have any nuance or any, and just kind of like, and not hold them accountable. I just, yeah, I think it's gonna be gross and terrible, and I just hope it doesn't get nominated. But who knows? I think it'll come out in 2026. And
Yeah,
also, what one thing that, sorry, Jared, I'll make this quick. One thing
never.
that I think does kind of give me like a red flag in terms of awards is that this is Lionsgate. It's not like this is, Universal or Warner Brothers. Lionsgate hasn't
Sure.
gotten a Best Picture nomination in since La La Land, which was huge. But like that studio has not been doing very well. And I don't know, like, if it was a great movie and a movie that like was very well liked, they don't need to campaign it and it'll automatically get in. But if it's a movie that's super divisive, even if it makes a lot of money, I don't see them being able to craft a compelling campaign that gets it over that hurdle.
Yeah, I just want to say I'm also on the side of it might not making this year because from the reports I've heard, it's changing the entire third act of your movie. And that means going back to the drawing board, so to speak, and rewriting that third act, getting everyone back together, film it again, and whatever that third act then has to happen, whether it's another big concert scene or something. But we're just at the point I don't know. I'm leaning towards 26, but who knows? Um, I agree with everyone on this, but really agree to Brett's point of like I will be there to hear Human Nature, Thriller, all his other great songs in
That's the
a
tough thing
loud
too. That's been
theater.
such a cool part of the movie, even though I hate it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then like I do see some people saying that if this is a thing, this is a thing that comes out this year and it's big, that Coleman Domingo might even get a supporting actor win, which is my personal silver
That
lining.
that is definitely possible. That's
Yeah.
So,
absolutely possible.
because who is he playing? His manager, like his
His
dad, or
dad.
His
his
dad.
dad? Okay, okay. And I'm
It's
seeing
gonna.
Miles Teller's is cast. Is that his manager, or who's Miles Teller going to be
I'm
in the
pretty sure
movie?
that's the manager. I don't know any.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm not up to snuff about Michael Jackson like history.
Who's
So,
playing
nor do I really want to be, to be honest. Like I've heard some of the horror stories already. It's
Who's
just like
playing Blanket?
it already. It's gross enough to make you want to take a shower.
Who's
So,
who's who's playing Blanket?
who's playing Macaulay Culkin?
No, Tristan.
No.
Cut that out.
Stop! Oh, God. Who's playing Elizabeth Taylor?
Tristan, it's funny as I had the exact same joke and went, "No, I'm not gonna make that on."
All right. Okay. Before we get nuked on the platform, let's move on to the next one. Okay. So this next one is gonna be. Is that right? Yes. All right. Here we go. And Lee,
Oh,
let's go.
oh,
So,
I want you to
so
sell me on this one because I don't know much about
this is
it.
the first movie on my list. Number one. First of all, it's the first movie on my list that has no distribution right now. Allow me to indulge you guys on this because this is like my called shot for right this moment. So this is directed by Mona Fastvold, who is the co-writer of The Brutalist, partner to Brady Corbet. Corbet is producing, I think, also writing, but Fastvold is directing. It stars Amanda Seyfried, Thomasin McKenzie, Lewis Pullman, Christopher Abbott. It is about Ann Lee, who is the founder of the Shaker movement, which is this kind of cult sect of Christianity. If you look into it, it's one of the more strange sects of Christianity. It really came up in the 1700s, kind of peaked in the 1800s. I think today I think literally only two practicing Shakers
Hmm.
in the world. You heard that right too. But
too.
it's one of the more
They're both
fascinating,
JD
like,
Vance.
kind of Christian, like, cults, if you
Hmm.
will. And, Amanda Seyfried is playing Ann Lee, who was the founder of that movement, or one of the founders of that movement. This is a musical as well. And who's coming back to do all the music? Oscar winner Daniel Bloomberg.
Ooh,
So here's the thing about this film that like has me inclined to include it in my predictions. I, I'm looking at those films talked about before, like the auteur visions, original filmmakers, you know, kind of like audacious things, and also like the elevated Oscar bait of it all, which is very much what The Brutalist was. Being about an architect, set right after the Holocaust, post World War II, um, about the American dream. That was in a way elevated Oscar bait, and it was a bold vision from a filmmaker who was not going to take Oscar bait and do it in a typical way. And this is kind of that too, because this is a biopic about, and a period piece and a musical. And it's, gonna require a lot of kind of crazy like acting on the part of the performers, uh, especially like Amanda Seyfried in particular. And, this is kind of like, also another reason for me to predict this is sometimes like if you're thinking about who can win acting awards, and especially like if a certain movie is in picture, I'm kind of looking at Amanda Seyfried as a potential Best Actress, not just nominee, but winner for this movie. I actually have her at number one right now because I
hmm.
think that is something where like kind of reminds me a little bit of Emma Stone and Poor Things, where like I was thinking like if Poor Things is a big movie, Emma Stone could so easily win for that. I get similar vibes
Hmm.
with Seyfried here, and so
She's kind of on her
going
way to do something like that too.
I'm
That
kind of going
feels.
off going out on a limb here and saying she's gonna win. Also, kind of thinking about you think about Golden Globe comedy musical, if this is a thing, you know, look at the trend the Golden Globes have been going in lately, more international, more art house.
Yeah.
This this feels like it could be right in line with that. And it will probably be going to Venice without distribution. And, who knows who's going to pick this up. And, there's some serious potential here. Like this has potential to be like a really bad call. Like I could come here a year ago and be like, why the hell did I predict Ann Lee? Like it turns out to be like Annette or something. But seeing as we already have a filmmaker here who is proven to be capable of creating like something that can be palatable enough for the Academy, I think like it's a little bit more than Annette for that reason. And I have said before, and I will continue to say for other films on this list, like I don't think like just because one person is involved with another with one Oscar hit doesn't mean they're going to keep coming back and back and back and back and back over and over and over again. But I get good vibes with this one. I just do. Kind of like the bold vision of it all, like like the acting win potential for one of its actors, just the elevated Oscar bait. I think this can happen. I really think this can happen. So I'm making it my cult shot.
I very much hope you're right because I absolutely love Brady Corbet and Mona Fastbolt and what they did with The Brutalist. I just think that is a towering achievement and one of the best movies of the decade. I think it's gonna go down as like top five, at least for me. Um, and this sounds awesome. This sounds like something that I can really get behind and I'm excited for. It's definitely up there for me in terms of predictions. I'm just I don't know if the plot just on paper sounds as compelling as The Brutalist did. Um, and I don't know, like, I guess for me, Brady Corbet, like with Vox Lux, I saw that like, oh, this guy has something there. There's something there that like if he develops that, he could be a an amazing filmmaker. And I haven't seen The World to Come, Mona Fastvold's last film, but like I don't get the sense that that was like a really promising film. Like it got solid reviews, but not anything amazing. And I feel like, the signs were there for Brady. I don't know necessarily if like the world to come was like po is pointing to um her being like a great filmmaker. And maybe she is, you know. She obviously is an amazing writer because she co-wrote The Brutalist. So I could be totally wrong. Um, I'm just like not 100% convinced. But I do see what you're saying about Amanda Seyfried. I'm getting good vibes with that, and I feel like she's kind of in a place in her career where she's done all the blockbuster stuff, like, well, not but the musicals and the rom-coms and all of that, and she's picking really interesting projects, and she's gained a lot of respect from The Dropout and from Mank, and I think she's like kind of due for something like this, and she could definitely be in the
She
conversation.
is also very proven as a singer. I do want to point this out.
Yeah,
Like
yeah, she's a great
I
singer.
hate Mamma Mia. She's a really talented singer. I hate Les Mis. Really talented singer, right? Like
Mm.
she could do musicals,
Yeah,
right?
she's probably one of the best like actresses who also does like not from the stage world, like screen actresses who also sings. She's like top of her game in that, I think.
Yeah, I didn't know much about this until you brought it up, George. And like, I can be sold on this being a thing. Honestly, don't have it on my list anywhere, but like, you've convinced me that this could certainly be a cold shot that you get right. Um, I'm excited to see it too. Seems like something to be up my alley. I heard that
I feel like I might like this more than The Brutalist, if I'm being perfectly honest. Just
it
because
could be a yeah. You know
it
what? This could
sounds like so
Yeah,
like
even just like it being a musical entrances me. Um,
also like one of my niche little interest like side interests is like cults and shit. Like kind of like crazy religious sects.
it's
So
like The Master as a musical.
yeah, yeah, you can say that. You can say that.
They should get JD Vance to be a character in this movie.
Oh my God. JD Vance, played by Jack Quaid.
Oh my God, that would actually be perfect.
Uh no, but like I that's the vibes I get and you know I will say, also um I am still very much kicking myself for not sticking with Mikey all the way through, even though I stuck with the movie all the way through. So like if Amanda Seyfried becomes a legit win contender, I am gonna probably stick with her until she literally just wins nothing. Like if in that case.
Are you a
So
big Amanda Seyfried fan? Because I remember you were like the first person who was predicting her for Mank as well.
see, I'm not like she's not like I think she's super talented. I just like she's not one of my all-time favorite actors. You know
Yeah,
what I mean? I think she's
Yeah,
capable of doing something great. I thought she was fantastic in Mank.
I
yeah.
agree.
Um,
She's best part by far.
Yeah, Minx
and
is underrated. I like that movie a lot,
I
actually.
think like this is like I think she just like she picks a lot of projects I think were like not necessarily like bad movies, just like a lot of stuff where like she's not given all that much to do, which is why it took her a long time to actually get her first Oscar nomination. And like I think she has the caliber like and she won an Emmy for The Dropout, right? So she definitely has proven that she can win awards for this. So it's like I do think she's capable of giving an Oscar-winning performance. And we did see Brady Corbet direct Adrian Brody to a second win. And so I don't know if Mona Fastfold has that same directing prowess, but you know, with an actor who has the potential, like Amanda Seyfried, to give an Oscar-winning performance, I that could go a long way.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm definitely super excited for this. And it's surely going to be at Venice, right? So it'll probably be one of the big premieres there.
Yeah. No, I definitely am. Yeah. I'm going out on a limb for this, so yeah. Anyway,
Mm.
speaking of musicals, Wicked for Good.
Yes. Woo.
I know this is
Oh,
gonna be another one that people think, oh, this is too low, this is too low. I've seen some people try to put this in number one, try to call like fucking John M. Chu's gonna win director for this. Like, and that's where I'm like, guys, slow down. Here's the thing. I know it's probably getting nominated. Like, I know it, right? I know this is probably happening. Here's the thing. It's a sequel. Furthermore, it is a sequel to a populist blockbuster, while it is also another populist blockbuster. Like, we just like this is not the time for movies like that to really win Best Picture. And also, we see how sequels do. You know, Two Towers, Dune Part Two, Way of Water, they all do worse than their predecessor. They get fewer nominations, and I think this one's gonna have some nominations on the chopping blocks. I think score is gonna be the first one to go. I don't think this one's gonna get editing. I think makeup is on the chopping block. I think visual effects is on the chopping block. And controversially, I think one of the actors might be too. And I just like you have to wonder like is this gonna win costumes and production design again? Are we gonna get like is it really gonna get all the same nominations? And casting is a category this year that we have to think about. This can definitely get that. And original song is probably like more than likely is probably gonna win as well. And so like that's where you have your thing like, okay, is it gonna like they say, okay, that's where we reward it in song. Everything else is for like real movies, I guess. I think that's kind of where we're headed with it. I
So
just don't see I definitely do not see a case for this winning Best Picture. I really don't. And I think people are kidding themselves when they're saying like, well, this is gonna be like a top five movie and it's gonna be like, you know, the type of thing that they're gonna want to reward. And it's just like I think you guys need to calm down, is what I'm saying.
here's where I'll argue with you on this one. Um, Wicked for Good is going to be the emotional crux and the end of something that was a cultural juggernaut this year. I mean, like a cultural juggernaut. And people loved and embraced this series. In my opinion, the second half of Wicked is better than the first half. And I know I'm not the only person with that opinion. It's darker, it's a lot moodier, there's a lot more at stake, and I think there's actually a lot more emotion behind what they could do with it. If you know the original source material in the play, you know that the prince has a significantly meatier role in this, so that could potentially get Jonathan Bailey a supporting actor attention more so than he had this season. Um, and I also believe you talked about the sequel thing, but at the same time, it's like, yeah, the Avatar 2 and Dune 2 and Two Towers, those franchises weren't done yet. They aren't done yet. They're just a continuing sequel of overall franchise. After Wicked for Good, it's over. It's done. The closed book. And it's very similar. That reminds me a little bit of like what happened with Return of the King, how they kind of just like awarded that movie for the entire achievement. And Wicked is something that was a cultural thing that like I mean took the world by storm. So it might be something that they want to recognize in that regard. I think it once again, it will absolutely get the two song nominations and one win. Um, I think the actors have to do a little bit more emotional tugging. The biggest thing is this movie's going to leave its biggest fans in tears, and that's always a good Oscar thing. Um, I don't have it winning picture because again, I have a Marty Supreme or One Battle or Another winning picture, one of those two. But this is number three, and if it does exceedingly well, it could end up going further. Um, it would be a different trend than what the Academy's been going for. But I mean, let's be real here. Like, I understand that like Oppenheimer has a touristic aspect of it. That's still a big blockbuster that they gave Best Picture
It's
to.
not
That's
a
still,
populist blockbuster though.
it made
That's
almost $1 billion.
it. Okay,
Everyone
but when I
saw
say
it.
populist, I mean something that is very clearly made to appeal to the masses.
I mean, it was made to appeal
Oppenheimer
to
is
the
not
masses.
that.
That thing was
I
made to be a blockbuster IMAX opening weekend by Christopher Nolan.
But
You can get more populist than that.
that's fair, but it's almost populist because it's Christopher Nolan and not because of the material itself. Like that movie is not like hand holding or anything. Like it flips in time a lot and it's pretty complex and very scientific. Like I don't know if it's necessarily
what I mean,
um
yeah, it's not populist in intent. This
yeah.
very clearly is populist, and it's trying to be. It is trying to be like we want asses in the seats to
Mm.
standing up, clapping, crying, screaming, throwing up, all that shit,
And I
right?
get that, but it might be the time where that happens and it works out for them
But like, here's the thing, though.
because of how big this thing
People
was.
try this with Top Gun. People try this with Barbie. People try this with the first damn movie. You know, it just doesn't work with these like types of movies. People tried it with Black Panther, I remember.
Well, I'll
It
put in
just
quotations hasn't worked yet.
Yeah.
I
It has
just
to be
don't
the
think
right
this is
thing.
the era for that. Like for studio blockbuster, Oppenheimer is like the only 100 budget plus movie to win Best Picture in the last 10 years.
Yeah.
Like, and that is a Christopher Nolan movie, and as I said, I don't buy the framing of it being a populist movie. I think what this very clearly is it wants people to go see the movie and just like take it for what it is. It's not rocking the boat. It's not, like it's very polished in that sense. And there's gonna be people who like that. There's gonna be people who are fans of that style, but I think there's gonna be some people who don't see it as Best Picture, right? I
Sure.
think
I just think if you get a narrative of everyone walks out of this movie crying and feeling things and having a wonderful time and it being the
people talked
conclusion
about this
of
with
the
with all
billion
the other
dollars.
movies I just mentioned though.
Okay, but how so?
Because like when Top Gun came out, it was like, oh my God, it saved cinema. With Barbie, it was like, oh my God, this saved cinema. With Wicked, it
Yeah,
was like, oh my
sure.
God, everyone feels so good. Like those movies are
But
like they make you
was
feel
that the
good about something.
conclusion of a massive two movie arc or something like that that made $2 billion? Was it a big thing like that? It's a different thing necessarily. I'm not saying
I
this is going to happen. I'm just saying that I think there's more of a path for it than what you're making it out to be.
I do also want to say, like, I don't think the last movie thing is really that strong of a narrative, right? People,
It worked for Return of the King.
I mean, Cole, I know it Return to the King, but like Cole made this point, like people tried to make this happen with Harry Potter, and it didn't work.
Yeah, but Harry Potter was never nominated for Best Picture.
I understand that, but I'm just saying, like,
I don't think the
people trying
last
to
Mission
make the argument with
Impossible was
like
going
it's
to
the
be
last movie,
nominated.
so it's automatically just gonna be do the best. It's like no, that's not how. And it's worse. So when the last Avatar movie comes out, it's gonna like just sweep the Oscars. Is that what people are saying now?
I
Because
mean,
I
if they
just
if they built it that way and James Cameron passed away when it made it, there'd be a strong narrative to give that thing picture when it. I mean that's the Oscars in 15 years, right? Like that's not where we're at right now. But I mean, it's not like I'm saying, oh yeah, Mission Impossible, whatever the last one's gonna get nominated for Best Picture. Like I don't think that this thing was already a big Oscar thing that made waves, and now it's gonna be a big Oscar thing that makes waves again, and it's gonna be the last time they can give it anything, and that's still gonna be something that helps push it forward. I'm not even saying necessarily towards picture. I think it'll do better than Doom Part Two. That's what I'm saying. I don't,
I don't know.
especially because
I
it has
don't
the
know.
same original
I
release
just
date.
I just
I
don't see this being as big a contender. I just don't think this is the type of thing. I don't think it's gonna win picture. I don't like if people are gonna try to predict Ariana Grande again. I'm sorry, it's not happening. I don't see
I
Cynthia Erivo winning either for this. It's just like, I think it's too populist for awards like that.
you, I think you're being a little too dismissive of it because I I agree that there are other films that fit the bill of what a Best Picture winner looks like in this era better. But I think the thing with Wicked that makes it stand apart from Dune and Avatar is that it really goes for your heart and that it's coming out directly after the first one and that it is like part two in particular is really connected to the Wizard of Oz, which is like very connected
So was
to
the
the
first movie.
no. Like Dorothy's in the second half and the
I mean, I
lion and all.
understand that, but like
But because of
Jonathan
that,
Davis' character literally becomes the fucking lion.
yeah, exactly. And because of that, the Academy's history and film history in general, like The Wizard of Oz is a big part of that. And there are a lot of people in the Academy that have a strong connection to that film. And you're going to get a lot of people feeling very like an emotional connection to Wicked for Good. And I think like when we were watching like the opening of the Oscars, they really platformed both Cynthia Erivo and Ariana Grande. And that
Singing
performance
Defying Gravity.
but everyone in that room, and it wasn't just Defying Gravity. It was songs from The Wizard of Oz and the Wiz, and like again, it was a celebration of The Wizard of Oz as a property, and I think that's really what Wicked for Good is going to be. And I think because so many people have nostalgia for that, they'll really come out for this movie. And you see that the respect for both Cynthia and Ariana is already there. And I actually think Cynthia has a very strong chance to win because it's like there was a real depth to that performance, and part two's like so much more of a showcase for her. And I think people are really going to resonate with her performance. And she's now an A-lister. Like she was already considered, one of like the best Broadway star, but now she's a movie star. And I think it feels like her time, and I think she could actually win Best Actress. I'm not as sure about Ariana, but it's possible.
I'm just saying, like, I just don't think this is the type of movie that wins like the big awards, like like Best Picture, Best Acting awards, things like that, right? I mean, like, I understand this is a very different situation, very different performance, but it is sort of similar to how they treated Tom Cruise in Top Gun Maverick, where they just didn't nominate him because they don't see that performance as like an actor's like performance, and especially not an actor's film. I understand that Arrivo is like singing, and there's a lot more emotion to that performance, but like I just think I think it's how people see the movie.
I think if people saw the movie that way, though, she would get the Margot Robbie treatment where she's just not nominated, right? And
Well,
Margot
she
Robbie,
gives
there was,
us a showier performance on paper than Margot Robbie or Tom Cruise did.
yeah, and I think that's why she's going to be in winning
I
conversation, especially if she's even better in the second part.
I mean, look, okay, well, if she wins, I will come on here and I will apologize and I will say, all right, I guess sometimes people do see this movie as that. I just like personally, I don't know, I don't even know why I'm focusing on Arrivo in particular because I feel this way about the movie in picture as well. I just don't think this is the type of movie that is seen as that, especially in this day and age where like they want auteur driven cinema. John M. Chu is not an auteur. And that kind of brings me to the point. I really do not think this is getting nominated for director or screenplay. I just I can't. If it gets nominated for one of those, we'll have the conversation about picture. But I just I don't see it. The only people who see John M. Chu as like an auteur are like the Critics' Choice, and those people are fake. So
I don't think she'll get nominated for director. I'll be real.
No, yeah.
Yeah, that's not happening. I don't think we have to worry about that.
I'm
Um,
sorry if Mangold can get a director nomination. I think John M. Chu might be able to.
that's different, and you damn well know it.
I don't know, like Mangold, and also like Mangold's direction in A Complete Unknown is good.
I agree, but I would not have given him a director nomination, and I love that movie so much.
I don't know.
Well,
I think
anyway,
he
before we do any more complete unknown glazing, just ugh.
like a rolling stone, a complete unknown. How does it feel?
Um,
How does it feel? Okay, anyway, sorry.
yeah, yeah, I'm just on Brett's side. I believe I have this like number three. I think it's still gonna be big. I think the story gets darker, it gets more meatier. Uh, the For Good kind of the song is so powerful and good. And then you have Cynthia Erivo has a solo song called No Good Deed that she's gonna do in the second part. That is also just like almost best actress worthy. It's hard to say who's gonna win, especially for acting. We can have a Fernanda Torres kind of pop up and say, "Hey, what's going on, people?" Uh, but
Good
yeah,
God.
I still think yeah, this is still gonna be big. At least I hope. I'm really looking forward to this one. We're gonna get the feels. We're gonna get the Wizard of Oz. People were loving this
I
last
will
year.
say
I
I
think
do
they're
need to
gonna
point
come
out a
back.
bias of mine up front. I did not care much for the first movie. So, some people might point out, be like, yeah, you kind of got a hate boner for this. I'm like, I don't have a hate boner, but it is true that I'm not crazy about it.
Is that a expression?
Hate boner?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's a big expression.
that's crazy. I've never heard that.
Anyway, let's just move on. We got it happens to be the other sequel for Best Picture, Avatar: Fire and Ash.
Woo.
Which I mean, this can definitely just not happen. My thing
I
about
don't
it
think
is,
this
I'm
can.
just not going to be in the business of doubting James Cameron until I literally see one of his movies get snubbed at Best Picture with my own two eyes. I don't think there's much more to it than that. Like, this is going to win visual effects. He's going to get a sound nomination, probably getting a production design nomination. Like, people, it's going to make another $1 billion. Like, people are going to, they're going to eat it up. People say all the time, like, nobody cares about Avatar. Avatar has no cultural impact whatsoever. And yet, when the movies come out, there's always a lot of interest. There's always people lining up to go see it. The theaters are always packed. It's just like people want to watch it. People want these movies. And I think that extends to the Academy.
Yeah, I feel like are we going to nominate every single Avatar movie from here on out though? I think at some point it's gotta miss. And like I don't doubt James Cameron from a box office perspective. I think all of these movies are going to make over $2 billion. Um, but since I don't think there's any like technical, um, like you know how the first movie was obviously a huge technical innovation, and then The Way of Water had all of that like water cinematography and like new technology that he used. He said in an
Well, this one
interview
now
that
has fire.
but that's true. He said in an interview though that this isn't going to be as much as a technical push from the last one. It's just going to be more about developing the characters and that sort of thing. Um, so because there's not that like upgrade in the visuals, and that's kind of what people go to for Avatar, um, I just wonder if, it's is it going to have that same draw in terms of like feeling the need to award it? I don't know. I think it'll get visual effects and sound and production design probably, but I think it might miss the picture this time around.
I understand the arguments for it. I'm just like, I feel like, the more I doubt James Cameron, more people doubt James Cameron, like the more he just continues to prove us wrong.
Yeah, he is pretty amazing when it comes to that.
Yeah, I don't have this on my best picture predictions. And I think it's because I think the reason Avatar 2 was nominated is because there was such a distinct gap between 1 and 2 that people had a lot of pent up interest about what it was going to be. And then people were excited about it. And it was new in technology in that regard, right? This movie only is like 3 or 4 years after that one. So that built up like anticipation is going to be there. I think this movie is still going to be a box office sensation. But I just don't think every time an Avatar movie comes out, we're going to nominate it for Best Picture. That doesn't make sense to me. I just don't feel like that's going to be a thing. Because it's to a certain point, it's like, well, do we nominate every Star Wars movie? You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't feel like this will get all the text that it needs, and that's about it, unless they do something distinctly and boldly different with it.
I think this one is gonna be like more my 10 and 11. Like thinking about it, like I think there's still a high chance this gets in because there are fans of this one. And I think it makes the money. It comes in December. People talk about it. Oops, look what's the first nomination read for Best Picture, Avatar, Fire and Ash. I can definitely see it coming. But I do think like Brett's perspective is interesting as well of it being like it was nominated the sequel because of going back into the world of Pandora, whereas there's a shorter time span between this one and the last one in like 2022. So we'll see. Yeah.
I mean, it's number nine because I can see the case for it. I'm just like, I'm not going to be the one to pull the trigger on it. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah.
But then we get into an actual number 10, and this one, I made this change last minute, like literally like hours before this very podcast, because I just like, I was looking at my predictions and something just didn't feel right about a certain film, about the film I had before. So I swapped it out with another one that just makes more sense. And I don't know that this makes total sense, but I went ahead and I just made the switch, say fuck it, why not? So number 10, rounding out my top 10 right now is Deliver Me From Nowhere, the
Ah,
Bruce Springsteen biopic starring my husband Jeremy Allen White. Um,
heck yeah.
Also stars Jeremy Strong, Stephen Graham, Paul Walter Hauser, Gabby Hoffman, people who know her from, Come On, Come On. It's a Scott Cooper movie. Scott Cooper, um, he's kind of like a mid filmmaker. Typically, his films they get decent reviews. But they don't usually reach greatness. Crazy Heart did win Jeff Bridges Best Actor, but he's never had a Best Picture nominee, and now this is like it's a music biopic, more like a complete unknown than like a Bohemian Rhapsody or what Michael is probably gonna be. Uh, but yeah, this is kind of like I do feel like if Michael is truly not happening this year, this is in. Like I would put it higher in that scenario. But I feel like, this could be a similar scenario where like, you know, Michael is the one for the crowds. This is one for like just the people who just like like the older people who like the performer. And, you could say, well, they never done two music biopics of Best Picture. And it's like, they did two musicals last year for Amelia Perez and Wicked, and Complete Home was also that year. I kind of just don't think it really like matters that much.
Mhm.
And so like, you just have to kind of look at it like, you know, what are the studios gonna try to look out for and push? And I feel like this is one where like it doesn't really probably doesn't really take that much to get in. Just enough people who are like, yeah, Bruce Springsteen, rock on. And Jeremy Allen
Yeah.
White's probably getting nominated. There's probably a case also that he could even win. Um and
Yeah, I mean, this movie's gonna rule too, I think. I think this one's gonna be fun. I'm a big Springsteen head, so it's gonna be a bias for me. I'm gonna love this thing. But like,
Same.
Yeah.
yeah.
So this project honestly kind of like fascinates me. Um, I remember when this first got announced, this was part of a big bidding war between A24 and 20th Century Studios. I think it's really fascinating to me that this is 20th Century. This isn't Searchlight like a complete unknown. And the story is specifically focusing on Bruce Springsteen creating this album called Nebraska, which please correct me if I'm wrong, but based on the little I've read, is kind of a more depressing album, a more like
Yeah.
raw album. So this doesn't seem like a Michael type big Bohemian
it's more
Rhapsody
of a complete
blockbuster.
unknown.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. Which is so funny. This isn't Searchlight. This is going to be something um grounded and raw and just like I don't know, like emotional, very much a complete unknown. But it's gonna be brother and sister with the Avatar franchise and other 20th Century Studios we might talk about a little later. They also have Ella McKay by James
Ella.
L. Man Ella McKay from James L. Brooks. Um, that's also kind of going to be an interesting one to see them put in theaters, especially because it's also 20th Century, Mr. Avatar franchise, and that feels very much what Disney just wants to do with it. But I'm hoping that those two movies are kind of a sign forward, like we'll put more just kind of adult movies like that in theaters. Like we aren't just the home of the Avatar franchise. So I'm very curious to see, yeah, what they do with this. Is it gonna get bigger like marketing because it's 20th century? I don't know why this wasn't Searchlight. Like, what was the thing that made it like, okay, we'll keep it with 20th Century Studios, especially if it's not gonna go the Bohemian Rhapsody way, musical biopics. So yeah, very interested in this. I keep on forgetting because there's no release date yet. So hopefully it finds like a good November slot soon. I can remember that this is a movie coming out, but yeah, very excited for it. Is to see some Jeremy Allen White buzz too.
Yeah, I'm super excited for this movie. Yeah, as you were saying, Jared, like what I find interesting about this is that um even with a complete unknown, that was taking like a larger period of time. Because it started in like 1961 and went to 65. Whereas like this is a very specific moment in Bruce's career, and Bruce is kind of like this larger than life musician, um, who usually is backed by the E Street Band, who like are this big band with horns and all of that, um and Nebraska, he parted ways with the E Street Band for a little while to record this album, which is like very stripped back, just him. And a lot of people, I mean, I think Born to Run is probably like his uh like most acclaimed, but a lot of people would say that Nebraska is their favorite. It's like kind of like the cool choice. It's like the revolver instead of the um Abbey Road or Sergeant Pepper. Even though I mean that comparison doesn't make any sense because Revolver is like
I was gonna
really
say.
experimental. But it's like an album that a lot of people really love, and a more somber time in his life. And I'm really interested in that because it's gonna be kind of just focusing on Springsteen as a person, more so than Springsteen as this like big figure. And I think people are actually going to like this more than A Complete Unknown because one complaint a lot of people had about A Complete Unknown is that Dylan isn't like someone that they could really connect and relate to because he's kind of this elusive figure, whereas Springsteen is like so warm and inviting and like he's kind of known to go on stage and tell these stories and really connect with his audiences. So I think that people are gonna really get that emotional um like connection out of this film. Um and I think it could be really great. I'm excited.
All right, well now we get into that's the top 10. So, Marty Supreme, Sentimental Value, One Battle After Another, Frankenstein, Bugonia, Michael and Lee, Wicked for Good, Avatar Fire, National Supernova. That's the early top 10 for George Jarrett. All right. So now let's get into the rest. Die My Love, new Lynn Ramsey film. Uh, I was debating between whether I wanted to put this in or Ann Lee because this is another one where I was like, man, if this movie could really hit, and if it's really good, I also decide on Ann Lee just because like I feel like Lynn Ramsey's like commitment to making films about really tortured characters is ultimately like um kind of the like it's less appealing. But this is another film where like if it like is really big in picture, like I could see Jennifer Lawrence like vying to win her second Oscar for this because just what the role is. Basically a woman living in a remote rural area is driven to the brink of insanity by marriage and motherhood. It is based on a very acclaimed book. As I said, it stars Jennifer Lawrence. You also got Robert Pattinson, Lakeith Stanfield, Sissy Spacek, Nick Nolte. It's probably going to go to Cannes. Uh, I see potential for this, regardless. I just think like ultimately, I think the subject matter kind of makes me want to keep it on the outside. It just feels like it might be too much for some people. Like this is the type of thing where like this could be a little bleak.
I didn't know about the motherhood angle. I think, with Night Bitch just coming out as well as If I Had Legs, what is that called? If I Had Legs, I Would Kick You.
Yeah.
Um, I think, there's a lot of films exploring that. And if this does that in a really resonant way, with a big star like Jennifer Lawrence, this could actually really hit and appeal to the Academy.
Yeah,
And yeah,
I think so too. It's like 11 for me as well. Again, if you've seen the Lynn Ramsey movies, they are so cold and so hard to deal with. I love You Were Never Really Here, but that movie's a lot to deal with. So I don't know if something like that would necessarily be an appeal, but like also the same directors don't always make the same movies, so I'm very interested to see what she does.
That's ultimately why I'm keeping it on the outside for now. It's just like it's just that type of movie. You know what I mean? Yeah. But I do see the potential for this, and I definitely think it's a reasonable prediction
Hmm.
as of right now.
especially for like Jennifer Lawrence. There's just a lot of buzz and what she can do with this role.
Yeah, Robert Pattinson
Hmm.
potential as well. Based
Also,
on what I've heard, what I read about the book, maybe even Lakeith Stanfield, like that could be something.
and Sissy Spacek, like that, she's, very beloved by the Academy, and this could be a great comeback role for her. Nick Nolte, I assume he doesn't have a big role, but he's like one of those actors who's um considered like he was nominated many times and never won. So there's a great narrative for him too. But maybe he's too far down the bill to really consider.
Yeah. All right, so now this is where we're gonna get into movies that people are gonna be screaming like, "Why is this not in the top 10?" Well, I'll tell you why. Number 12, After the Hunt.
Thank you. Like,
That's
So,
low.
okay,
That is crazy.
yeah.
Should be way higher.
I'm already getting it. I'm already getting it. I'm already getting it. I told you guys I was gonna get it. I'm gonna get the heat. Look, I understand it. So, yeah, obviously we all know what this is. This is Luca Guadagnino's new film. Julia Roberts, Io DeBerry, Andrew Garfield, Michael Stuhlbarg. It's an Oscar baity plot. The script is out there. I haven't read it, but the script is out there. Apparently, it's great. I understand the predictions for this. I do. My thing about it is number one. I wanted to put other things in. Like I wanted, like I could have put this over Deliver Me from Nowhere, but like I don't know. I kind of feel like too though. The more we predict Luca, the more he's just not gonna have another contender. And I understand this is a much more normal movie than something like Queer or Challengers or Bones and All, right? Like, fully understand that. I just think like how many times are we gonna keep playing this game and get the same result? Like the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result, right? I just like I don't know. It's a vibes thing. Like, are they really just gonna like? Is this the one they're finally gonna bite on again after Call Me by Your Name? Is this it? I just don't know if I'm willing to fully bite that yet.
I think
Uh,
this for sure.
It's
Go ahead, Jared.
no, yeah, I don't understand your reasoning in terms of if a director has a three strikes, you're out in terms of the Oscars. Like
Okay, that's not what I'm saying.
if
That's
they
not
can't
what I'm
get
saying.
after the third one, they can't come back again. And this one is so Oscar baity. It has the
That's
talk
not
of
what
the
that I'm not trying to make a three strikes rule. I'm just saying like how many times are we gonna predict him to come back and then he just doesn't, right?
when
I,
his past projects include a cannibalism romance that wasn't gonna work with the Oscars, a April release mainstream tennis romance, and a drug trip into hell from William S. Burroughs that is really, really art house. I I do understand why the Oscars didn't go for those three. When you are bringing a project though that has Julia Roberts, kind of the last queen princess movie star from the 90s, in a leading role along with Rising Princess, Gen Z Princess, I guess, Iowa Debris, and another media supporting role with Andrew Garfield tackling cancel culture, the Me Too movement. Um, it's gonna make people talk, I believe. It we already know from Luca's Relations, I'll go to Venice, probably and premiere there. And it's also Amazon MGM. I love my theory and I stay close to my theory for the most of the 2020s. Amazon's gets their movies in. They Nickel Boys, oh, it wasn't really the talk. It's probably gonna miss. It got in. Women Talking, it's a good movie, but it's kind of out there on the periphery. They slide under the door like Indiana Jones did in the first movie. They get their movies in, unless they somehow get Ann Lee for some reason, and they get another contender, and after the hunt like dies, I just really think this gets in.
Yeah, this to me feels like it's perfectly slated for like a fall TIFF release that gets buzzy. Like Jared said, I don't think any of his last movies were just slam dunks for the Academy. You know, as we stated before, now anything can become an Oscar movie, but I don't think any of those are just quite hitting the same trajectory, especially Queer. There's no way that thing is ever going to get nominated. Um, but obviously, people really respected and admired Luca last year. I mean, Challengers was one of the biggest movies of last year for a lot of people, and it seems like he's having the upward trajectory to end up coming back this year because I feel like his name's being passed around in circles, and this just feels like the thing that's gonna get him back. It's not. I think because, like, for instance, something I have on the back of my brain for Best Picture nominee is the Phoenician Scheme, the new Wes Anderson. Because if you read into that, it's a lot more personal than his other movies have been lately, and it has more of a central lead character. So I think when looking at these projects, we can't just go, "Oh, they got nominated once, so they can't get nominated again." We also have to look at the project to see if it has the potential to do something within the reach people more. Let's scratch the Academy part of it because like the Academy can be reached by anything, but like I feel like you have to look at these projects and be like, what's going to resonate within the culture of this said project versus this said project, and build a narrative that way. And I feel like if you're looking at the pieces of this, it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I think I don't quite understand like this widespread skepticism of Luca getting another um hit at the Academy because the thing is with him is he's one of these filmmakers that likes to venture into very like completely different genres and tell very different stories, and some are going to be broadly appealing and some aren't. And you know, he was doing the horror thing for a little while. And Challengers, the thing with that movie is that it is definitely geared towards a much younger audience. And you could say the same thing about like you know, films like Everything Everywhere, but that had a first of all, that had an older actress, so that was a gateway to for older Academy members to really get into that film. Plus, it had like an emotional core people could connect to. And Challengers is just a fun movie. It doesn't have anything like you know, to say that's super important. Whereas After the Hunt clearly does. Like, this is a film that is tackling very relevant subject matter about the Me Too movement with very buzzy stars. Julia Roberts alone is someone that, you know, people have been wanting to see back at the Oscars for a long time. And now she's working with an auteur who's very well respected. So just the two of them together is enough to put this, um, you know, very much in the conversation. Plus, we already know that the script is very acclaimed and apparently amazing, and everyone who's read it has said that this is an Oscar-worthy role, and Julia Roberts has what it takes to, you know, kill that role and do an amazing job. So I think this is a shoe-in. This should be like top three. I have no doubts in my mind. It's also already been rumored that this is slated for that Venice already has this film lined up, and I'm sure it's going to be at TIFF too, because for TIFF 50 they're going to want a big buzzy star like Julia Roberts. She hasn't been to TIFF in about, you know, 12 years, I think, since August Osage County. So, um, yeah, I feel very strongly about this. I think this is easily going to get in.
Yeah, I have it
I'm
in.
not gonna lie, you guys are kind of like the like what you just said is making me really second guess myself. Maybe like, man, maybe I should just concede and put it in. So maybe you guys will win on that one. Maybe I'll let you guys know. I'm just, I'm playing. As I said, I'm playing a bit of a numbers game. I want to like there's a lot of stuff I want to put in there. I want to put Ann Lee in there. I want to put this and that, this movie, that movie. It's just like
I
that's just
would,
the
yeah, and I get where you're coming from there, but I could replace Avatar or Deliver Me from Nowhere and put After the Hunt in. I feel like that's something you could do.
maybe I should just do that. I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, whatever. It's fine. Um, let's just move on to the next thing. So the next thing here is Hamnet.
Hmm.
This was referenced earlier during the Bugonia conversation because this is also Focus Features. This is Chloe Zhao, stars Jesse Buckley, Paul Mescal, Emily Watson, Joe Alwyn. It is about William Shakespeare's wife, played by Jesse Buckley, um, who it's about her coping basically with the loss of their son, whose name is Hamnet, as is the title of the book. This is I've read this book, so I know what it is. I think it's a good book. I think the thing about like I understand like I think the angle is perfectly fine for it. It's just the thing about it is like number one, I just don't I think people are gonna go into this movie, they're gonna expect a William Shakespeare biopic, right? And then they're gonna come away from it and be like, that wasn't what I expected. Like, because the thing is, he's not even the main character, right? The book doesn't even mention his name. It's like he's referred to as the writer. Uh, and I mean, obviously know that's him, but he's referred to as the writer. And
That's so
so
interesting to me.
Hmm.
I I feel like people are gonna be like, well, that wasn't much bad. He's a supporting character in the film. So like I see people playing Paul Mescal and lead actor. He's not a lead, right? Not in this
Hmm.
movie. And like, that's the thing about it as well. And also, like, I think there's gonna be parts of this movie that make people go like, huh. The ending in particular, I think it's not this like warm, kind of fuzzy, like or even like heartfelt ending in the way that Nomadland's ending was. It's gonna be more of like a that's it ending or like a ending. And I think the ending works for what it is. I just think like assuming it's faithful to the actual novel, like I don't think it's gonna land the right way with everybody. I think that is the part of the issue here. I also just like, as Tristan said earlier, some of the test screening reactions were a little bit more mixed. I think some people might really dig it. Other people, I don't think this is a movie that's gonna be like have people chomping at the bit to like give this awards. So I that's kind of my feeling about it, but I guess we'll have to see like, maybe there are gonna be some people who just feel very strongly about it. Like this movie needs to, you know, be in Best Picture and other things. I certainly don't think that it's gonna get Chloe Zhao like another Oscar win for it. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Yeah,
so for me, I have this on my list. Um, I I I get where you're coming from, but I do think this feels more like, and we're looking at the movies we are talking about earlier. This to me, this makes more sense than Begonia, and this makes more sense than Frankenstein in a lot of ways. It feels like your classic traditional kind of Shakespearean biopic. I think Chloe Zhao can have that comeback narrative for sure. It's based off of an acclaimed book. For me, this kind of hits all the marks. I don't think it'll win Best Picture. I think it'll be. I think it's going to conclave its way in. Does that make sense? I think everyone's going to
yeah.
like it. It's going to be good. but like I don't think many people are going to say like, oh, it's the best movie of the year.
Yeah, I kind of feel a similar way. Um, Kyle was telling me that this is um like he read the book and he said that it's kind of geared towards teens. Is that right? Or is that wrong?
Change?
Sorry?
What did he say?
That it's geared towards like teenagers.
No?
He said this is kind of like it's kind of got like a like a book talk, like TikTok feel to it, he said. He said
But
like
book talk
it
isn't just used by teenagers,
I know.
and even so, like that's not this movie's demographic. Like,
Yeah,
how many
that's
teenagers do you think are interested in like, yeah, I'm gonna read a book about Shakespeare's wife who's coping over the loss of their son? No, they're gonna be reading the next Hunger Games book or some shit. Like, I don't like. Wait, where does I don't know where the hell he got that from.
I think he means more like teenagers, but yeah, I was a little confused. Um I think I mean I'm super excited about this. It sounds like is it like a kind of a feminist take on um the Shakespeare story?
N- not really. I mean,
Okay.
it focuses on Agnes and it kind of deals with her autonomy vis-a-vis like her stepmother, but it's not about like gender dynamics or it's not trying to like it's not a girl boss like feminist thing. Like it's not really like its themes are not inherently feminist is what I'm trying to get at.
Interesting. I'm so interested to hear like to see like what this movie is all about. Um yeah, I don't know. I'm really torn between predicting this or predicting Begonia because I think they'll both be in the awards conversation and I think they'll both get awards regardless. Like I'm pretty confident Jesse Buckley's going to be in the conversation for this. Whether picture comes along or not, I'm not sure.
I don't currently have either Buckley or Mescal getting in, but I don't have the movie in picture, so
Yeah.
I just like and great take this with a grain of salt info. Um World of Real did like they did a test screening. Again, World of take it with a grain of salt, but I just love hearing little things like this. And like the people he talked to said like it has like the most extreme close-ups like ever in a movie. And it's like gonna be a very like artistic kind of way. So like I'm so excited to see it. I do agree. I have heard Paul Mescal is a very, very small role. It's more the Jesse Buckley and Joe Alwyn show. So I like to see I just want to see footage. I want a release date. Um let's see where it goes. I think I'm there day one for sure. This is like another movie I keep on forgetting because it just doesn't have a release date to keep an eye out for. But yeah, very excited to see how this one turns out. I could see a world where it is a conclave or Begonia gets moved and this takes its spot, you know.
we'll see.
I'm more excited for this than Begonia personally. Like I love Chloe Zhao. She's one of my favorite
Mm-hmm.
filmmakers.
I'm so hyped for Begonia. As again, me like saying these things is only me saying them in terms of Oscars, not necessarily personal enjoyment. Begonia sounds wild. I can't believe they're even making that.
All right. This is the one that I'm sure the other three have been waiting for. Let's just move on to it. Number 14, The Life of Chuck.
Woo!
Yeah.
Or as I'm gonna call it, The Life of Cuck when it gets zero nominations.
It's not
So
George. That's like I love you, my brother. That's the stupidest thing you could say.
no.
Okay.
um
Even if it doesn't
I'm
get into
not so
picture, it
so
has
let me
to
be
get
clear.
something.
I'm not like betting my life on this getting no nominations. I mostly said that as a joke. Okay. Look, I understand. But you can't have the TIFF People's Choice winner outside of Best Picture. Like you have to predict that. It just keeps happening too many times. I understand what people are going to say. I understand the arguments for it. I think the fact that Neon moved it to this year, which they did for very obvious reasons, you know, put everything behind Nora, right? And maybe this is next year. I think the problem with doing that is it really, really kills a lot of this movie's momentum. And it just reminds me, and I know you guys are going to say this is different. It reminds me of Sing Sing, where A24 picked that up, held it for this year, thinking it'll be bigger next year, and maybe it would have been. But the movie, yes, it got 3 nominations, did not get Best Picture. Missed out on a SAG Ensemble nomination that it could have very easily gotten. Um, it just did not like take off in the way that they wanted it to. And I think part of the reason for that is the fact that they didn't try to use the momentum that they had from the initial premiere to get this movie like seen by more people. If they perhaps had done that, it would have done a little bit better in that award season. Maybe it would have taken out Past Lives, for example. And the thing is with this movie, I just like that's kind of the path that I see for it. They're going to like they're dropping this in the summer and you know like perhaps if they tried to campaign both this and Anora last year, this could have taken out Nickel Boys or it could have taken out I'm Still Here, right? Maybe it could have been a you know slightly stronger contender. Maybe it could have put up a fight and adapted. I don't know. The thing about it is that like they lost the steam from that win. And the thing is like this movie would need to be a serious box office hit to gain that back. And the problem is like it has one weekend to itself where it can do that, but the weekend right after that is the How to Train Your Dragon remake. And let's just be honest, it's gonna get draxed when that movie comes out.
Well, the thing about the life of
So
is that it is an R-rated drama, so it won't get that cut.
Yeah.
sure, I'm just like I'm pointing out to you that like I don't like this isn't like a slam dunk case, right? And I understand what this movie apparently is and what it's going for and all of that in Neon. But here's the thing. The other thing too is that Neon, we've seen how they operate. They don't juggle multiple contenders. When they tried to do that, they didn't get any Best Picture nominees. And if they're choosing between this and like a Palm winner or a really big Cannes Prize winner, They just they just had a Nora that just won Best Picture, won the Palme d'Or. They had Parasite, won Best Picture, won the Palme d'Or, and then they have a TIFF People's Choice Award winner. Gee, I wonder which one that was a holdover from the previous year. Gee, I wonder which one they're gonna go with. You know?
I I think that Neon is in a very different position than they were a few years ago, though. Now they're a household name. This is gonna sound really weird, but I think there was a shift in Neon when Long Legs came out. That was like a really big hit for them. And they saw that they were able to not just be this indie distributor, but also have some like big commercial hits on their hands. And we've seen like even though The Monkey didn't do that well, the amount of like marketing they put towards that movie was insane. And they're going to do a similar thing with The Life of Chuck. Now, the thing with The Life of Chuck is that it is definitely a film that like mass audiences are going to like. And it feels so much bigger than Sing Sing. Sing Sing, like one thing that I think people who weren't at TIFF don't quite understand is that it wasn't that big of a deal at TIFF. It What happened was like I didn't see Sing Sing at TIFF. I didn't even really hear about it until towards the end of the festival after it had already screened. It only screened twice. It really like the people who saw it really championed it, and that's kind of how it ended up propelling into the awards conversation. It was a similar thing to Sound of Metal. Sound of Metal was not a big deal when it premiered at TIFF initially. But the people who saw it really championed it, and then when it came out the next year, it ended up getting a Best Picture nomination. But The Life of Chuck was a totally different scenario because that was the film that everyone was talking about. It had the biggest premiere, and it ended up winning the People's Choice over Honora and Amelia Perez. So I think that's just indicative of this is more of an audience crowd pleaser that everyone's gonna get on board with. And I do think Neon's gonna push it well in the summer, and it's going to end up carrying to the fall. And I think Neon's going to be able to get two in. And this has like a great package for it too. It's got picture, screenplay, Mark Hamill for supporting actor, score, and editing because the film is told in such an unorthodox fashion that requires really precise editing. So I think those are five pretty key nominations right off the bat. I think this gets in.
Yeah, I do too. Again, this is very much just the sentimental, sweeping Forrest Gump type of Oscar movie, and I think it might make a comeback in that regard. I think the TIFF stats too hard to deny. And George, while you might be right that they might push their can movie more for a Best Picture win, this certainly has enough steam and momentum and enough people who are going to love it and say it's their favorite thing ever that it'll get into picture and a ton of it also has a really unconventional screenplay that will get it a screenplay nomination no matter what you think about it. It's just a unique way to approach the source material. And there's text this could get too. So it does have a really nice package to bring it together. I don't love this movie as much as other people do, but like this movie will sweep it and chant people off their feet. That's the type of movie that it is. So I don't think you even have to push this that hard for people just to love it and embrace it. So I have this solidly getting in. I don't have it winning, but I have it solidly getting in.
Um, yeah, crazy to say that the three of us have seen this already. It's it's also kind of hard to talk about because there's a lot of surprises. It's a very unique movie. Um, I'm just so stuck between a rock and a hard place, as I agree kind of with everyone. I think there's very much a world where Neon just has to get on the marketing, have that long legs marketing team be on this one, get their hands all over it, especially since there's a aspect of the movie that can do really well in real life marketing strategy that they could do really well. I would love to see if they do it as it gets closer to the summer. Um, I think what just scares me is that summer release date. If this was given an October, even a September release date, I would be okay. Let's bet the house all in. Let's put the chips in. The summer does kind of scare me, especially the point of it of the next weekend is How to Train Your Dragon. That could be more of a talking point as they go on versus this. I think but I'll land on it'll find an audience and it could be a thing. And again, I really, especially if we see that marketing and we see the conversation get started again of like, oh, you guys gotta check out Life of Chuck. This is a pretty unique experience. Like, oh my gosh, then yeah, I could see it enchanting audiences. I could see audiences laughing, crying, going on a whole journey. This would have made so much bank in the 90s, like you would not believe for sure. Um, and maybe that'll enhance people to come back and try again, you know?
I just like I don't know. I see what Neon does. I just like I think they're just gonna go with the can with sentimental value, as I'm going with right now. And like, look, we've had many conversations about this. I have told these people like I don't think this is happening, and I've stood my ground and I have fought them, right? I fought these guys tooth and nail, right? I have given two scenarios in which I would concede and say, okay, Life of Chuck's gonna get in, and then I would give you a written apology. Like I would actually apologize. Scenario number one, Neon literally blanks a can. And I don't mean just like not winning the palm, I mean doesn't win a single prize. Not one Neon film among the prize list. If that happens, I put Chuck in. The other scenario would be if it actually does have that momentum and it actually like is talked about by a lot of people as one of the best movies of the year by the end of the year. It's making top 10 lists, it makes NBR, it makes AFI, it makes Indie Spirit, gets a Golden Globe nomination for drama, gets in the Critics' Choice, gets some early Guild nominations. If those things happen, I would concede, and then you would have my apology,
I don't know if
in written form,
d
and you
d
can print it and you can frame it.
is
Like
it an sorry, is it an indie movie? Because I actually like it feels kind of like like a mid-budget, almost like a blockbuster, to be honest.
Yeah,
I
it
have
doesn't
no
feel like
idea.
it could be.
I was just rattling off.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess the Neonaville makes it indie compared to if it was at Warner Brothers or Disney or Universal,
Yeah.
which is like if it went to a home like that, I could definitely see like this being a good Universal movie. But I guess like they may have no distributor, right? I guess it's kind of indie and it's not a wicked like visual effects juggernaut. I don't know.
I
Speaking
th
out loud.
I think that Neon has the resources to push this. Like they at this point are a
I want to
very
see it.
established.
I want to see it because they could have gotten, a portion of Laid on Fire more if they wanted to. They could have
That's the
gotten a
beginning. That was
That
cinematography
5 years ago before they got two movies in.
nomination. They could have gotten, picture. They could have gotten See the Sacred Fig, a screenplay nomination over September 5th if they really wanted to,
no.
but they
They
didn't they
But
didn't do that. They didn't do
but
but
that.
those
It was
movies,
like, all right,
but
Honora, you're a bitch. You're a
but
baby. We're gonna
Seed of
put
the
you out
Sacred
there, and then everyone
Fig
else go fuck
wasn't
yourself.
nearly as acclaimed. These
yeah,
aren't
no.
these aren't apt comparisons whatsoever.
Uh George, they couldn't have gotten Seed of the I love Seed of the Sacred Fig. I love it so much. It's one of my favorite movies of the year. September 5 just had a way more passionate fan base. The
September
prob
5th was like barely existed.
to
Its own
you,
director didn't even know it existed.
no, yeah, but that's because we're not part of it wasn't the critics that were pushing that film, or at least our sector of it, right? Whereas the critics were supposed to be the ones pushing Seed of the Sacred Fig, and they didn't get on board. That movie was never going to go anywhere outside of international feature. It just didn't have the passion. And they were able to get Worst Person in the World in last minute. But I don't think it's like the studio's fault or anything. They pushed the film, but they saw that, it's not worth putting a ton of money into a campaign because people don't love the movie. And that's fair. It didn't have a passionate fan base, whereas Life of Chuck does already, and it hasn't even come out.
Yeah, it's just it's not an apt even the Portrait of a Lady on Fire. I know that was like massively acclaimed. That was like 6 years ago, and that was a tiny movie that just kind of took off last minute. It wasn't necessarily a thing they knew about in advance, even.
Yeah. And the problem with that also was that France didn't submit it for international feature, so it didn't have that window of opportunity to slide
Didn't
into the
submit Anatomy of a
Oscars.
Fall.
Yeah, but at that point, Neon was way more established. Neon was only 3 years into being a company when Portrait of a Lady on Fire came out. Whereas
Yeah,
now they're what, 8 years?
it's insane. They've done so much in 8 years. That's crazy.
Yeah.
God damn it. Yeah, you guys are making good points. This is another time where I'm like, I might have to just give in. Another thing that also is like making me realize the casting award also like this
Yeah.
that's another possibility, and then SAG if this is a big thing. Like
Yeah,
there
I
like
also
and I will also say, for as much as I am putting down this movie, there is also an angle I can see it has flashed before me where I, you know, say for a long time, nope, not happening. It's not going to get in. And then the movie wins Best Picture. I the scenario has flashed before my eyes, and then I come on this podcast and I say, well, I had my best call last year with Honora. Now this year I have my worst call ever, and I have to eat so much shit.
It
And
it could win Best Picture, to be honest,
I
thinking about it.
I think it could too. I have it like at four. I honestly think it's a big sweeping audience favorite. It's like a Dead Poet Society type of audience favorite.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's what it is.
yeah. And it's
Um,
not the kind of like awards villain that you would think of. Like it's
no,
not
it's kind of an interesting movie. I don't.
yeah.
Yeah, it's fun. I think that because and it will be some people, not critics or anything, it'll be some people's favorite movie of all time. That is the thing. Like some people walk out of that thing and be like, that was the best thing I've ever seen.
It
It's one
kind
of
of
those movies that would like have that sort of like spark with some people. I will also say, um, a big so we've seen the pipeline of best supporting actor, best picture doing pretty well. That's obviously didn't happen this year, right? Um,
well, that's starting to
I
become
will,
lead performances now.
yeah, I will say, watch out for Mark Hamill winning Best Supporting Actor for Life of Child.
He, doesn't he have like 7 minutes in the movie? That's like
He
fucking Sam Rockwell in Vice territory.
probably 10 to 15.
Hmm.
Um,
oh
he's good in it, but it's that very much feels like we can finally give Mark Hamill his nomination and a potential win because he has an Oscar clip in it for sure. That's the
Hmm.
thing. Yeah, he definitely has an
When
Oscar
couldn't
clip.
they just also just give it casting in that case though?
I guess,
he
but a little different.
That's true because I think you can't like Tom Hiddleston isn't the actor that you would think for this movie would be like the actor to put all your chips behind of getting a nomination from this movie. I can't say why, but but there's that too. I think Mark Hamill would be your closest if we were to
Yeah,
put someone from the acting field. Um, for sure. Um, yeah.
I I do actually think Hiddleston could get a supporting actor nomination as well. I could see them double if this is like a huge hit.
Oh
But
Lord have mercy.
I would say that Mark Hamill's the play because
Yeah.
it it's showier in a more traditional sense. I'll
It's
say that.
it's 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 Judd Hirsch and the Fablemans, to be honest. That's
Yes.
totally.
yeah, that's a very good
But man,
com-
it's so hard to explain why without spoiling the movie.
exactly,
Yeah.
yeah.
Like, all right,
It's a weird movie now that I'm thinking about
well,
it.
the biggest issue with that movie is that there is no lead performance.
Yeah.
So
That's what
like,
I'm saying. I wonder if
yeah,
people, if it gets big and they're gonna, if people put Tom Hiddleston for some reason, it's like, don't put Tom Hiddleston. I don't think so.
yeah. Well, they
Jacob
might. So
Tremblay.
Yeah.
so so they might. This would not be impossible. They might try to campaign Hiddleston lead, which would be a dumb idea with a capital D. but it's not. I mean, like people have been nominated for lead that's had less screen time than him in that movie, but like still, that would be a capital D dumb idea. But they might try it.
What about when Dev Patel was nominated for supporting for Lion despite being like the face of the movie?
Yeah, that was
Um,
weird.
do you think
Or
yeah, it's a
or
similar thing.
even like, whoa, what's his name? Lakeith Stanfield for Judas and the Black Messiah being supporting. That was weird too.
I mean, we know
Even
what
though
happened
he,
with that.
Well, they
yeah.
didn't. They didn't know what happened with that. Like Keith didn't know what happened with that.
Yeah,
Nobody
I
knows why they did that.
that was really weird.
Look. I don't mean to drag this out too long. I'm just like,
I can't wait for
in order
Leslie
for all that
Nielsen.
to happen, it needs to overcome like the lack of like the whole holdover thing, and I think that's just the issue. And also, Neon has to prove that they can like juggle two things. Is I don't, unless they just like you can. At which point, I'm just like, well, my hands are tied here. I guess I have to predict Chuck.
The thing about it is, Neon's never had a Tips People's Choice winner, so we don't know how they'll approach it yet. So we have to also have to wait and see for that.
I
Neon
guess.
is an amazing campaigner, and they're just smart with their money. They have the money to campaign too, but they just, if they see that they have one that could win Best Picture and then another film that's on the fringe, they're not going to put all their money into, um, you know, trying to get that film to maybe get a Best Picture nomination when they could get the other. And again, it's not, you look at Netflix, they put all the money in the world into their films. It's not just up to campaigning. But I do think, Neon's a big name at this point. They have their commercial play with The Life of Chuck, and they have their uh festival critics play with Sentimental Value. And I think both are going for different markets, and they're not going to um like they're going to be able to campaign both while still having them separate so they don't like cannibalize each other and then, you know, neither of them get in. I think they're both gonna get in.
Well, as I said, if it happens, you'll have my written apology. You can print it out, you can frame it, you can post it on, all your platforms. You can read it out to me, and
Oh, if
you'll have
if
every right to mock me for it.
if this wins Best Picture, George, you have to read Hillbilly Elegy.
You know what? Fuck it. I'll do it. If this wins Best Picture, I will read Hillbilly Elegy.
Let's go.
All right. Number 15. Jupiter by Andrei
What?
Zygantsev. Yeah.
Nice. I like that. I like
Okay.
that.
I just
I
want
love you,
George to be like,
George.
"This is a fake movie."
And we know nothing about it. Like, there's no cast here. Well, we know a log line, and we know some of the crew members.
Oh my God.
This is a potential. This is a probable canned film. So this guy. So for people who don't know, this is the director of Loveless from 2017 and Leviathan from 2014.
Loveless sounds like my life right now. You know what I'm
Uh,
Oh.
saying?
um, he's made some very acclaimed films, and I don't know. I have a hunch that like maybe this could be his a bit of a drive my car moment. I guess one thing that's like about it that's like, you have to he could be a little bit like Nuri Bilge Ceylan, who, that's the director of About Dry Grasses and Winter's Sleep. He could be a bit of a colder director. And and unlike Ceylan, his films have actually been nominated in international feature. Uh, he's a he's a filmmaker from Russia, by the way. I don't know if I mentioned that. Um, I don't know. I mean, Russian oligarch reckons with harsh truths related to his family's future. I mean, we just had a film involving Russian oligarchs at the Oscars. You know, why not? Why not two? Why not have it 2 year, 2 years in a row?
Also, with like everything going on with Trump and stuff, that might be really timely.
You never know. You never know.
Yeah. I might put that in too, actually, George. I might put that in my 10.
Well,
That's a good
it's not in
call.
my 10, it's in my 15. I'm waiting for Can,
True.
basically.
Yeah.
All right. So after Jupiter, we get to the roses. This is the one that I swapped out for Delivery from Nowhere. So this is a remake of a Danny DeVito movie called The War of the Roses with Michael Douglas and I have to be honest, I forgot who else. Um,
Just
but
like Clueless with Arnold Schwarzenegger, that could get nominated.
It's Kathleen Turner, I think, is in this movie.
Yeah, there it is, there it is. I just read the poster on my fucking screen. Um, Basically, what it is it's a tinderbox of competition and resentments underline the facade of the of a picture perfect couple is ignited when the husband's professional dreams come crashing down. It's Benedict Cumberbatch, Olivia Colman, you got Kate McKinnon, Andy Samberg. It's a Jay Roach movie, and it's Searchlight. Now, Jay Roach has gotten some acting nominations for biopic performances with Trumbo, Bryan Cranston, and then Bombshell with Charlize Theron and Margot Robbie. Although Margot Robbie's character, I don't know if it's a real person. But regardless, they were biopic films. And this one isn't. Now, that doesn't mean that this movie can't get in, right? This movie can't do well. But here's the thing about it that just like I don't know. I I feel like the only reason to predict this movie for me is that Searchlight. And I feel like the only reason I'm predicting is a studio, it's kind of not a good reason to predict it. Now, to be fair, the writer of this is Tony McNamara, who is behind Poor Things and The Favorite. Uh, and Jay Roach has gotten acting nominations and the stars, Olivia Colman, Oscar winner, Benedict Cumberbatch, Oscar nominee. It's not like there's nothing. It's just like
Mm.
I get mixed vibes from this. Like I don't
Yeah.
know whether it's like a very possible movie or whether it's like maybe not. I don't know. It's a maybe not.
So I think you've said this before, George, that Searchlight always sends their contenders to, oh, I guess this isn't true anymore because the complete unknown. But they usually send their
Usually
contenders
they go
to
to Venice.
Venice, right?
Yeah.
This feels like a TIFF premiere.
Hmm.
I think Rental Family is their push. And I'm sure it's on here, so I'll make more of a case for it when
Yeah. It's
once
it's
that
on
comes
here
up.
later.
But I think this could get maybe some acting nominations. But even like look at the supporting cast, Kate McKinnon, Andy Samberg, like those don't Judy Gotwa, like none of them really scream Oscars to me. And also it makes me think this could be more of like a crazy comedy, like really lean more into the comedic side with a cast like that. Um I don't know. I also I don't really trust Jay Roach unless he's doing Austin Powers.
But we all know how well that the Nutcracker did, so like you never know.
Yeah, exactly. Wait, did he do the Nutcracker?
No, I'm just remember that was a TIFF premiere,
Yeah.
and
Oh, yeah,
yeah.
true.
Yeah, I wonder if this could be like a night bitch situation too. The same thing, kind of a comedy, but like still talking about present issues about like a modern marriage.
Remember this
I
one last
mean,
year when we had like Night Bitch at 8?
God. The TIFF Tribute Award tricky people into thinking Amy Adams is gonna win. Oh my God.
It's tricky.
That was funny. Um, Number 17, The History of Sound.
Yes.
So
Woo.
this is Paul Mescal, Josh O'Connor, uh, director of Living, which got a couple nominations. It's about two young men during World War One who set out to record the lives and voices and music of their American countrymen. This is based on a book, I think.
Yes. Because I
Uh,
have it right here. Sure.
It's a short
um,
story, right? Like a
Yeah.
novella.
Yeah, so the book is yeah, it is based off a short story, but the book is a collection of short stories that all connect together.
Oh,
But
nice.
I
but
see.
yeah, for this movie it's just focusing on that one story, the history of sound. Um and the same author of that story is doing the screenplay too. So
And it was recently picked up by Mubi, which got their first Best Picture nomination ever this year with The Substance. Um, that's not the reason I'm not predicting it. It's more like I feel like with Living, what got that movie really far because like the movie was got like decent reviews. It didn't get amazing reviews. What got that movie where it got partly was like Bill Nye never being nominated. It's like, yeah, it's his time, right? Also, it was a remake of Akiru. That was notable. And the screenwriter is Kazuo Ishiguro, a Nobel Prize winning, like one of the most acclaimed authors of all time. Remains of the Day, Clara and the Clara and the Sun's like not his most acclaimed book, and that's a film that's also coming out this year. I don't have it on the list, but it's coming out. Uh, I meant to say Never Let Me Go. I think I was trying to say Never Let Me Go, and for some reason, I said Clara and the Sun. Artist of the Floating World, like the guy's made written a lot of really acclaimed stuff, right? And this was like, it was kind of crazy for him to go to a screenwriter for this, but he was already a known quantity. This film doesn't quite have that. And so I think for that reason, I'm kind of like just a little skeptical because it doesn't have the clout necessarily that the other films did. So that's my that's my reasoning for having it out. I guess it could go at premiere at Cannes or Telluride or TIFF or something to that effect. Uh, Also, something about it reminds me a little bit of Ammonite, where some people are trying to go out of their way to predict it, and then it just comes out and it's like, yeah, it's fine. I don't know. That's the vibe I get.
Yeah, I'm a little on the fence because just based on the actual premise and the acclaim that the short story got and the cast, this to me seems like it could be something really special. Um, and then also Mubi, I think, like did a great job with the substance and are kind of riding a high right now. And the fact that they picked this up, I think, is a good sign. But at the same time, Oliver Hermanis, I agree that I think it was more that the script for Living was really great rather than his direction. He hasn't quite like, you know, at least for me, proven himself as like a really interesting filmmaker. So he's still kind of an unknown quantity and um it's definitely on my radar and it's right on the edge of getting into my 10. I'm just not quite sure what the feel of this movie is going to be.
um yeah, I'm just here to say this is my Antley. Kind of a cold shot. I'm putting it at my 10 in picture. The director said like he wants this to premiere at Cannes, and if this is competition, then it's gonna have a bigger spotlight on it because of last year with Nora and Amelia Perez kind of bringing um the first wave of Oscar contenders, and everyone's gonna look at this year's can film festival do the same. So if it's pretty much almost like really trying to go there, I think it could grow, especially if it's really good. Paul Mescal and Josh O'Connor are really up and coming actors. And people, I think, are going to really be tuned in to see what they do together with their chemistry and the whole like recording, like music. And the reason why it skipped last year's film festival season was because they needed more time for like singing and the music of it all, and hearing Paul and Josh sing and all that jazz. Um, yeah, it's my most anticipated of the year, so there's gonna be a little bias, but I think there is a chance that this could be really big.
I don't know so much about this one, but I could see it becoming a thing. I have more clear narratives for some of the other movies that I don't have for this, but it doesn't mean that it's impossible, especially if it gets a really good buzz.
Okay, next on the list then. Okay, go a little quicker here. The Smashing Machine. We talked about this a little bit earlier. This is the other Safdie brother movie. Uh, Dwayne the Rock Johnson is stepping into the uh his serious acting trademark thing. This one's another sports biopic about Mark Carr. Uh, it seems a little bit more generic on paper, though perhaps it's a little bit artier given Benny Safdie's direction of The Curse. Um, I don't know. I there's test screening reactions out there which seem to indicate this is not a contender. Uh, I kind of think that I this is one where I feel like I I don't know if The Rock is like gonna be taken seriously as a dramatic actor starting with this movie. Because like people started to take Adam Sandler seriously more as a dramatic actor with Uncut Gems, and it didn't really work out for him in terms of his Oscar campaign. Like I feel I get similar vibes here. Also, like the very serious like drama Safdie brothers, it feels like it's like that's not what hits with, with people as much as like a more comedic version, which is what Marty Supreme is going for. So that's kind of the vibe I get here with the Smashing Machine. I don't know.
I've heard I don't know. Again, like I feel like people kind of just make up test screening reactions, and like half of the time it's not even a true reflection of how people actually reacted to the film. But from what I've seen, uh like the reactions were really good. So I don't know. Maybe I'm finding it from somewhere else, but I feel like this is not going to be like a generic boxing movie like it sounds on paper. I think it's actually going to be like a lot more subdued than Marty Supreme, and a lot grittier. So I do think you're going to get some of those Safdie brother elements, but it feels like just based on the plot and stuff, it feels like it might be more like internal. Um, and I mean, from think about it, like the Safdies are very influenced by Martin Scorsese. So this could be like a Raging Bull kind of situation where that's kind of what they're going for. And The Rock is like completely transformed based on those set photos. I'm really curious. I think also the fact that Martin Scorsese saw the cut of the film and then immediately cast Emily Blunt and The Rock, who are both in this movie, for his next film, I think is a really good sign. It means he was really impressed, and I trust Scorsese.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm underrating this for that reason. I just like I don't know. Something about like I I don't know that people are gonna take The Rock seriously as a dramatic actor because of this movie. I just don't know.
I think he's kind of a different situation than Sandler because I think that performance in Uncut Gems that Sandler's doing is still like, very loud and over the top and comedic. And while it is very different from what he does in his comedies, it's still got some of that like, I'm the Sandman like feel to it. Whereas I think The Rock is going to be doing something completely different from what he's ever done before. And he's coming at it as like this is a guy who was a wrestler who knows like the cutthroat um dynamics of that industry. And I think isn't it about like it's gonna tackle body image and like masculinity and that sort of thing. And I think he's going to come at it from a place of real understanding because he's playing a fighter. He came from that world, and I think people are going to really be shocked by what he comes through with.
I mean, we'll see, you know. I might be proven wrong here, but
He's also like, love him or hate him, he is probably the biggest, like, or one of the biggest money makers right now.
I
Um,
mean
he,
that's another thing too, is like, you know, I just don't think people think of him as like that caliber of actor, right?
they don't. He's been in horrible projects,
Like
but
like like the thing about it is like the movie would have to make him think like he has that potential. People think he has that potential, which they also did with Sandler and Uncut Gems, and that didn't really go anywhere. But like I think like um it's not a situation like Chalamet where it's like, yeah, he's a movie star, but he's also like a great actor. He has that caliber. Right. I don't think The Rock is seen that way.
he's definitely not. He's considered a terrible actor, but I think this is going to prove people wrong.
Hmm.
Yeah, we'll have to see, but I'm excited to see The Rock kind of transform and what he does here.
All right, number 19 then. Mother Mary.
Yeah,
No,
let's go.
Brett's gonna be. Yeah, yeah, there we
Heck
go.
yeah.
We
Yeah.
got Anne Hathaway, Michaela Cole, Hunter Schafer. Uh, David Lowery's directing it. Epic pop
Hold on.
melodrama following a fictional musician and her relationship with an iconic fashion designer. I believe Anne Hathaway is the pop star and Michaela Cole is the fashion designer. You've also got Jack Antonoff and Charlie XCX doing the original music for it. So this movie's gonna have an interesting soundtrack to it, at the very least. And I mean, I can I'm definitely open to the possibility. It's just like I think Marty Supreme is gonna get most of the A24 like backing. And so for
Sure,
that reason,
but I do also think that David Lowery is one of these like Sean Baker types. You can make that argument. He's been in the
sure.
industry for a bit. People have wanted to see him do something. This also has the backing of a Charlie XCX and a Jack Antonoff, which will make it a little bit more of a something that will be recognizable within pop culture that could give it some sort of resurgence as well. So I mean, I have this getting in personally. That's also a little bit of hope dictating, but like, it'd be cool. Yeah.
I'm really excited for this, and I don't always like David Lowery's movies all that much, but I think like just hearing like seeing his he did an article about it where he was saying that he initially wanted to make something much smaller, and it just as he was like running with the idea, it just became bigger and bigger and bigger, and it's like this epic, huge melodrama. Um, and it could be a huge hit, especially with those names attached. And like, I think people really love Anne Hathaway, and they like like there's like her fan base really likes her early work, and I feel like this kind of seems like a weird combination between what she's been doing more recently with like the independent stuff and the, big flashy performance she did when she was younger. Um, and I think it's gonna get people on board and be like a big hit. So it could definitely cross over to the Academy, especially since it's probably gonna be a contender for costume design and like original song no matter what.
Yeah, I'm just like really excited for this one. Um, Hopefully it goes to like IMAX and it's like to hear those songs and that epic concert experience, as I know they've been filming like in stadiums and all that. So I'm just like, I really want to know more. I'm glad we got confirmation earlier this year that it is 2025. Um, it would be cool if it does something like, I don't know, like The Substance, where it's like it does get into picture. It is really good. Um, but yeah, we'll just have to see. I know there are definitely other movies that have stronger narratives to get in this one, but one of my most anticipated year for sure.
Lowry's going to get in it someday. Even if it's
Mhm.
not this. That's going to happen.
Well, speaking of filmmakers who people want to get in someday, I would love it if this guy finally does it. Number 20, No Other Choice. This is one of my top five most anticipated movies. I like this is my Mother Mary here, where I'm like,
Yeah.
I'm so hyped. I'm really excited for this. Park Chan-wook is one of my favorite filmmakers, and this sounds so fucking crazy. After being unemployed for several years, a man devises a unique plan to secure a new job, eliminate his competition. Dog, that sounds crazy. You read about the book, it also sounds crazy. I just like that's part of the problem. Part of the issue is like, is Park Chan-wook gonna pull this off in a way that's palatable to the Academy? The closest he's ever come is Decision to Leave. Couldn't even get an international feature nomination because, the Academy's stupid. And, um, and I just that's so my worry about it. Now, if he wins the Palm and like Neon picks it up or A24 picks it up, that's a whole other ball game, right? But I don't know. It's just, if you want to talk about like class consciousness as well, this does kind of play into those themes. But like, I'm just not gonna predict a Park movie unless it happens, unless it actually comes to fruition. I need to see it with my own two eyes.
Yeah, this one I'm not really considering. I think it sounds really cool, but I think it's gonna be more in his like lane of like his really violent films. Yeah.
Yeah, I can see this um getting like a fan base. We'll see how it does like on the film festivals if it goes there and see what happens.
All right, next one here we've got this is one Tristan convinced me to put on today. Late Fame. Um,
Wow, it's high. Oh my gosh.
because I mean well, I kind of put it somewhere random, but like
Yeah.
I kind of I see the vision for this. So basically, this is Willem Dafoe, Greta Lee, in a role that was originally going to be played by Sandra Hüller, but she had scheduling pro conflicts. Um, a legendary New York poet, uh, has forgotten works that now have re-entered the public eye and gotten him new fame, and the intrigue is intertwines with this actress who is particularly obsessed with his work. It doesn't have a distributor right now. I believe it's currently still filming, so maybe they can get it out for Venice. There's a chance it doesn't come out this year. Um, but I see the vision for it, basically. Sammy Burch wrote the script, and I see the vision for Willem Dafoe, potential Best Actor nomination, Greta Lee possibly as well. Another film where, like, if it gets in the Best Picture, you could see an actor win for Defoe, maybe, or maybe even Greta Lee. You never know, right? It, I just need to see it come out, and I need to see it get like the reviews. Is like the thing.
Yeah, this is interesting. I mean, it could tap into um not quite the same, but the substance was covering themes of like late fame, but that was the opposite where it was, having fame when you're really young and then that kind of being sucked away. Whereas in this situation, you go your whole life putting out all of these amazing, I guess in his case, he's a poet. So like he's putting out all this great poetry and then suddenly gets this burst of fame at the very end. Um, I think it's going to be really interesting, and I think Willem Dafoe is like super, super, super overdue for an Oscar win. He's been nominated something like 6 times, and for a bunch of those nominations was like the number two, like he had like a clear path to win. So yeah, I think this could. I don't know if it's going to be I don't know the director Kent Jones. He's not familiar to me. But I do think that Willem Dafoe could definitely be an Oscar player for sure.
I've never heard of it, but I'll check it out.
Yeah, it sounds very interesting, especially with Greta Lee and William Dafoe.
Our girl Greta Lee getting work after Past Life. If we love to see it.
Yep. All right, 22. This is where I've got F1. Uh, it's a racing movie. It's, NASCAR type shit. Joseph Kosinski is at the helm. He did Top Gun Maverick. I'm just like, I don't really like see the inherent. I mean, I guess I see the inherent appeal, and that's a dad movie. But like, I don't really know what the catch is. Like, what's the narrative here? What's the what's the catch? Why does this movie like need to get nominated, right? I just don't really see the vision for it. Like sound, yeah. Sound I can see. Visual effects, sure. Maybe a couple other techs. I just like picture, I'm just like, mm, I don't know. I don't know about that one.
I was kind of in on it, and then I saw the trailer, and then now I'm not in on it anymore.
I just don't see what the incentive is. Like if it's
Yeah,
that good, then it's like, okay, well, I guess. But other than that, just, you know.
I think Top Gun Maverick was kind of lightning in a bottle, and it was just a lot of it had to do with Tom Cruise just being so good in it, and like as great as Brad Pitt is and as big of a like movie star as he is, he's not Tom Cruise. And like what makes him special is not these types of movies. And the stunt work was a big part of what made Top Gun Maverick great. I don't know if, the race car stuff is like if Brad Pitt's gonna do as much. And it just seems like a pretty generic story too. It's honestly just the same story as Cars 3.
Yeah. I would love to make it a live action remake of Cars 3. I can't believe it.
Yeah.
Oh, um, yeah, I don't really see the point. Just like, cool, dude, racing cars.
I don't know, it'll be fun, but I don't see this doing anything for Best Picture.
Yeah,
Dads are gonna.
I don't see the angle here.
This
Oh,
is
def
a dads are gonna love it. To be honest, the new trailer they released kind of made me a tad more interested. I think like they're doing something new with the like mentor story. And it's gonna be great to see on a big screen, but I really don't see this as a best picture contender unless it just is insanely popular.
It seems like
Yeah.
a movie that it seems like a movie that Mitt Romney would like love.
Well, then it's probably a bad movie because Mitt Romney's a bad person. Uh, Number 23. The Ballad of a Small Player. I'm sure some
Ooh,
people are going to be more like, well, why isn't this up there? Edward Berger, they love the guy. He
too
gets
low.
in for movies that are Oscar bait, and just listen to the plot of this, okay? You can see it on screen. When his past and his depths start to catch up with him, a high-stakes gambler living low in Macau encounters a kindred spirit who might just be the key to his salvation. This just sounds like straight All of Us Strangers. Okay, let's be
you.
real. All of Us
I was gonna
Strangers,
say,
but straight. And which means it's probably gonna be not nearly as good. And also just I what what is like again, what is the angle here? Like this seems like it seems kind of like an airport novel, to be honest. Which you could say,
I
oh, well, Conclave is an airport novel. It's like, yeah, but Conclave is also Oscar bait. This is not.
I don't think this is going to be an airport novel. Have you seen the um like shots from it, like behind the scenes and stuff? It
I
looks
understand neon lights. Yeah, that doesn't mean anything.
Oh, it looks sick. It's like crazy great cinematography. But I also think Edward Berger is like a total auteur, and for whatever reason, a bunch of people disagree and
Well, the
think
director's branch clearly doesn't think he's an auteur. They snubbed him twice.
he
It
is
is
totally
crazy.
an auteur. He's incredible, and I think he's gonna win Best Picture for his movie about Russia in a few years, but because he's that's his next one, right?
I have no idea. I'm not an Edward Berger stan. I'm not keeping up like every fucking thing that he's doing.
Keeping Up with the Burger. It's the new Keeping Up with the Kardashians.
I can't wait
Um,
for the movie he's making about Kmart.
uh,
I think this is going to be great. Colin Farrell's going to have a huge year between this and the Kaganata. Um, and I think you'll probably get nominated for this. And Netflix has such a great slate that they'll probably get two in. So whether it's, this or Jay Kelly, I'm not sure, but I definitely am excited for this.
I don't know. I'm just like I don't think Edward Berger is gonna get not like I guess this is the argument you guys are making with Avatar. I don't think Edward Berger is gonna get nominated for all of his movies from now until the end of time. Just because Conclave was number two in Best Picture and All Quiet on the Western Front was maybe number two in Best Picture. I don't really see that much of an argument.
On Reddit today, someone was asking, is there ever going to be a filmmaker that reaches like William Wyler's um, record of 12 nominations? And I think it's going to be Edward Berger. I think he's going to get
I
nominated for
think that's
every
in
single
Best
movie.
Director, not in Best Picture.
Sorry, director, yeah. Oh, never mind. Never mind. I take
Yeah,
that
I
back.
was gonna again, motherfucker was snubbed twice already.
Yeah, I take that back.
yeah.
I
Yeah, I was
really
gonna say Matt was the first watching Maddie's video, and he ever since he called it straight all of us strangers, I'm like, oh my gosh, that's so perfect.
I
And then
I think this is going to like explore the history of like Macau though. Like and
Is
their
that what
gambling.
it's doing? That doesn't
but
sound like
Yeah.
it. It
yeah,
just
it
sounds like
sounds
a
like to
setting for it.
Yeah, because isn't the whole thing like Colin Farrell's like a gambler on the run until the Swintons like a ghost and their
Yeah.
conversations like help him become a better
Like again,
person.
it
That's
sounds
the
like an airport novel to me.
I I I think so, but I think it's like basically I read a thing that they were very inspired by Macau and China in general, and it's very much exploring the surroundings, and apparently Volker Bertelmann made a score that like is using like very influenced by that city and the music that comes from it. That's what I read.
nice.
I'm excited.
More like, um, I want the Edward Burger meal at McDonald's.
Yeah, same.
All right, well, let's move on from that. Number 24, what's number 24? Jay Kelly, we were just talking about this. The new
Heck
Noah
yeah.
Baumbach film.
I want it.
I
I
mean,
need it
I
right now.
I mean, like I know I'm going out on a limb with Ann Lee here, but like I'm gonna say it again. I don't think just because like one person gets one film in the Oscars doesn't mean like they're gonna every other film that they do is gonna have that same success. And I think the same goes for Noah Baumbach. To be fair, like when I said it with White Noise, it's like it was very clear that White Noise was just like a fucking like okay, this is just like way too like postmodernist like difficult to understand type of thing, right?
You talk
With
about
White
how
Noise.
good that movie is, though. It's so underrated. I love that movie so
This
much.
this one seems a bit more in tune with what Bomback usually does.
Yeah.
So there's a better case for this one. I just think like I don't know. Like again, like I'm not super keen right now on trying to predict all of the guys' movies to get in here. And also like I mean with Netflix, it's like, you know, I don't know here. It's a coming of age comedy for adults.
I think Sandler might have a shot, but that's about it.
I really want to see George Clooney get back into the Oscar race.
This
That'd be
does have
cool.
a very big cast, as you can see. Like I had to put at all with the cast because I couldn't list them all. It was too many people.
I,
But yeah,
I
there's a
don't think
lot.
you're not sharing your screen anymore, I don't think.
Oh, I'm still seeing it.
Oh, really? Oh,
Yeah.
dang. I'm not seeing it.
Okay, well Tristan
Oh,
fucked up. Then I don't know.
I see it again. No, it disappeared. I just see it in a tiny little box. I'll figure it out.
Okay, well, yeah, I just don't think this is really it. 25, let's see. Oh, this is the Trey Parker, Matt Stone, Kendrick Lamar musical. Uh,
Heck
which
yeah.
this is I'm very curious how this is gonna turn out. So what this is a young black man is interning as a slave reenactor at a living history museum. He's dating this white girl, and he discovers that his girlfriend's ancestors once owned his ancestors. And it's Kendrick Lamar and Chloe East. And there's gonna be a lot of songs from this. Kendrick, is kind of on a high here, and it seems like, it like maybe this is something like that he could just ride into like, oh, now I am, now I've got all these Grammys and I'm on top of the world, and maybe now I have the opportunity to, and now he has the opportunity to like get Oscar nominated. And if the Wicked song doesn't turn out how we think it is, maybe it's a shot to win. So and then how you feeling, Drake? Um, you know, how you feeling, buddy? Uh,
Wait, is he playing Chloe East's boyfriend?
that's
That's
the impression I
yeah.
get.
Can I play Chloe East's boyfriend?
You're
That's
not
so
black, buddy.
Oh yeah, she's married. Never mind. I'm sorry.
That's so strange that he's playing. Is he not like 20 years older than her, or am
He's
I
like
wrong?
36 or something.
Yeah.
I don't know how old Chloe East is.
I
I
know I know there was kind of a rumor that was going to Paramount Plus, like that
that
poster, but
that's
that's like
another reason it's
but
lower on the
that's
list. Is like I heard that too, Jared, and I don't know.
yeah, because I was gonna say like the poster you have here, I know was a fan made poster. Like people figured out like that was fan made, and the source was a like random site. So it's still that's why I'm still sticking that it's coming in theaters July 4th. But at the same time, I'm like July is kind of around the corner. So I think if Paramount wants this to be a thing, they should start marketing it, right? Like,
Right, yeah. I
I
don't know what's happening here. And like also like I feel like with Trey Parker and Matt Stone, like these guys are the South Park guys, right? Like they're known for like being incredibly ridiculous with like their their films. And obviously they get a lot of like acclaim for South. They've got a lot of acclaim for South Park, but maybe not so much acclaim, but like it has a giant fan base, obviously. And Trey Parker did get a nomination for the South Park movie because he was nominated for the song Blade Canada. Uh and it's not like he can't get an Oscar nomination because he has. I feel like if Trey Parker and Matt Stone have something that gets a Best Picture nomination, it's more than likely gonna be a Book of Mormon movie, which is in development. Like a Book of Mormon adaptation comes out and it's a sensation, sort of like Wicked, and everyone's like, "Well, we have to put that in Best Picture now. It's a Book of Mormon." So I I don't know. I do I'm not ruling it out entirely, but um I just something about it I don't I'm just not feeling it.
I feel like it could be a thing, but the Hulu possibility or Paramount Plus possibility kind of makes me want to back off from predicting it for now.
By the way, I looked it up. Chloe East is 24
oh wow.
and Kendrick is 37.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Uh anyways, Drake, how you feeling, buddy?
Yeah, he picks on Drake for going for younger women, and in this movie he's playing someone 13 years
Well,
younger.
Yeah, I
Well, obviously it's different.
unless the poster is literally just fake, then
yeah, because I was gonna say I don't think it's even like 110% confirmed Kendrick's in the movie,
Yeah.
or even
yeah,
Chloe East is in. Like, there's still so much that needs to be confirmed, and they think they need to talk about it soon. Like, what the heck they're doing, you know?
yeah. Uh, so number 26, the untitled Catherine Bigelow political thriller.
This could be big. I don't know.
I so okay. First of all, for people who are just listening to this podcast style, I put I put one of those JD Vance face edits on this. And the reason I did that is because I was trying to find a picture of the White House and like none of them would work with like what I was trying to go with. So then I just said, you know what, fuck it. I'll just shit post. And I just got one of these, JD Vance face memes. Uh it's a political thriller, about following like how the White House is responding to like ballistic missiles launched at the US. You've got Idris Elba, Rebecca Ferguson, Greta Lee, Tracy Letts, Moses Ingram. It's Netflix. Here's the thing. If this is anything like Bigelow's previous Oscar movies, Zero Dark 30 and The Hurt Locker, It's probably going to be propaganda, and that is a no-no for me personally. Um, and I maybe that's not a no-no for the Oscars, but I just like I feel like the movie just has to kind of be real. I mean, apparently it's being done entirely in real time, so like there's an angle like for that aspect of it. I just like I don't really like see the case. I don't know.
Is
Like
she
I
very
just like,
conservative?
huh?
Is she very conservative?
Bigelow, I don't know what exactly her politics are, but it's like zero, like Hurt Locker was propaganda. It was propaganda. Zero Dark 30 was also propaganda. Like that's kind of like just what it is. I don't know what this is gonna be either, but like that's the vibe I get, and I feel like perhaps the Academy is past the time for, you know, films like hers. But then again, what do I know, right? They gave Green Book Best Picture a few years ago. What do I know?
I made an edit of it on my YouTube page. You should watch it.
Okay. Apparently nobody cares about this.
Yeah, I really don't care about this movie. I've only seen one Catherine Bigelow movie and it was Detroit, and I didn't like it. I think this kind of sounds like slightly more sophisticated White House Down, and I know that's not what it's going to be, but I kind of wish it was. I think, yeah, I don't think this gets in. Sorry, who's in this? Idris Elba?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see it. I know he was in the conversation once upon a time for that movie. What was it called? Beasts of No
Beast of No
Nation.
Nation.
But yeah, I don't I think he's kind of gone way into like the blockbuster sphere and he's not really doing movies like that anymore. And this feels like it's going to be more of a because Catherine Bigelow has a lot of movies that are just straight up blockbusters like Point Break and stuff. So I think it'll be somewhere in between her political stuff and action things.
All right. Maybe so. But number 27. This is where Tristan gets to shine here with Rental Family here.
Yeah.
So you got Brendan Fraser. It's directed by one of the directors of Beef. A down and out actor living in Tokyo is hired as a token American for a Japanese rental family company. I have no idea that this is a thing that exists, but apparently it is. And it makes me a little bit more interested in the film than I was in before, but apparently test screenings went well, and maybe this is the big searchlight push over ahead of the roses. I don't know.
Yeah, it sounds like because we kind of know someone. Oh, did Brett leave?
I think so.
Yeah, you need to go to sleep.
We kind of know someone who saw this movie, Jake. Maybe cut that out or leave it in if you want. And he has this movie ranked as his number one favorite film of the year, 5 stars. Um, and he did the same thing with The Holdovers a few years ago. So I I feel like I know his taste and like he gravitates towards a lot of these like warm but not like warm but also like really well crafted dramas like Marriage Story and that sort of thing. And I feel like this is going to fill that niche. Beef was a super acclaimed show. Brendan Fraser is a very like easy to love actor who's very emotive. Um, And this is like about someone who moves to Tokyo who is like a rental family company basically is that he's kind of like an actor and he's being hired to play different roles in people's families. So like for example, if someone's getting married and they don't have any friends or family members, he's he goes and pretends to be their best man or it's kind of like that movie with Kevin Hart, The Wedding Ringer, but like way more
Oh,
serious.
okay.
Um, and it just like from everything I've read about it, it's gonna be like a real moving film. And it also has in a supporting actor role one of the main characters from Shogun, who's been getting a lot of attention on the TV side. Um, so I think you could have two nominations there for Frasier and the Shogun actor.
You might be onto something, honestly. This is not. Hmm. It actually
I
it's
do.
not the way you're describing it's actually kind of sounding interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's screaming Venice more so than The Roses to me. I feel like The Roses is Tiff, and then
I feel
this
like
plays Venice.
this is something too that like maybe this could like win tip people's choice.
Yeah, could.
Hmm.
I was gonna say too, speaking about Jake, he has Hamnet as his number two as well. So that's something also really interesting.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I trust him when it comes to this sort of thing, so I might keep him knitted.
Mm-hmm.
Then number 28, we have Sorry Baby. So
Eh,
we've all seen this
we've
one.
all seen it. Yay.
Yeah, I think this is a great movie. I feel like it's a little slight for picture. And that's kind of what I thought of A Real Pain, and it didn't get in, although, it won an acting award. I I don't know. I just kind of don't really like I don't know if I see it.
I love this movie, but I don't see it.
Yeah. Um, I think there's a world where it can get screenplay for sure.
I agree with, yeah. Uh, Indie Spirits Love, sure.
Mm-hmm.
Um yeah, I just don't really like yeah.
Yeah, agreed.
See, all right. The Rivals of Mziah King. This is a South by Southwest movie. Currently no distributor, but the director is Andrew Patterson, who previously directed The Vast of Night. Um, you can see the plot description right here. You got foster kid who finds her former foster parent, who's played by Matthew McConaughey, Mziah King, and he mentors her, and you know she goes on a mission with to I don't know social justice something. It's late. Um,
I
I
don't
don't
get this
know.
movie's plot. I have no idea what this is about. I can't gauge it from that.
I kind of like I put it on the list just because a lot of people saw it at South by. It was like, oh, this is so good, guys. You gotta see this. And like, I don't know. I or I just I don't know. Like, I would have to see what distributor gets it because this could easily just be Bleecker Street or like a I don't know, something like that. It could also be Searchlight. It could be Mubi. It could be A24. You never know. I just like I hesitate to go with this because Like South by movies usually don't like I think the only South by movie to get nominated in any category is Everything Ever All at Once. And that was a very special case that this film isn't. So,
Any category? I don't know if that's Best Picture for sure, but like A Quiet Place and stuff.
oh
That
wait,
was
A Quiet
something.
Place? Okay, never mind. Never mind. I made that up then. Um, yeah. Uh, I just it's bound to happen eventually, I guess, but like I don't know. I don't see it.
Yeah, I'm really excited for this movie because I loved The Vast of Night, but I don't see it either. Sounds interesting though.
Yeah,
The
very
number 30
enticed.
is Eddington, the new Ari Aster film. Uh, Sheriff runs for mayor of Eddington after he refuses to wear a face mask in a local grocery store, and then it's very obvious what this is going for. Um, Very
I
overtly political, something that could help it. Um, Seeing that this is not overtly a horror film, but I mean, you just never know with Ari Aster, is all I can say.
yeah. I don't know. I loved Ari Aster's first couple movies, two movies. This this sounds like it could be kind of a disaster. It sounds similar to like Adam McKay, which I know it's not going to be, but I don't know. I'm not sure about this one. Gives me weird vibes.
I think it'd be like so controversial too. Like, yeah, I don't know. It's supposed to come out this summer, so we'll see pretty soon something about it.
It's apparently slated for Cannes.
Ooh.
That is interesting.
I may be going, so if I do, I will we will do George, we should review these movies. Like I'll like interview me like you interview Hunter.
Okay, we can do that.
If I go, I'm not 100% sure yet.
Right. Number 31, In the Hand of Dante. This is the movie I have Oscar Isaac getting nominated for. He's playing a bit of dual roles. So like there's one timeline where he's playing like an author who's like getting a original transcript of the Divine Comedy. And then there's the other another timeline where he's actually playing Dante. Um, this is the one I have him getting in for just because like I feel like it's a bit more of an Oscar role than Victor Frankenstein.
Yeah.
Um, there's other performers in here that are a little dicey, like Gal Gadot, uh, for multiple reasons. Uh, I'm sure you know what those reasons are. Jason Momoa, Gerard Butler, but Al Pacino's in it, okay. John Malkovich, okay. Martin Scorsese, what the fuck? Um,
Awesome.
uh, I don't think this is getting. I don't think this is picture. I don't think this is anything outside of Oscar Isaac. But like, I feel like Oscar Isaac is someone who could like he seems overdue for a nomination at this point, and this is like it almost seems like his year, and like this is the role that could do it for him.
You could have a Sebastian Stan type year.
Yeah,
He's kind of in that position in his career too, where he's been doing really interesting things his entire career, and now it's finally time. And he did the mainstream thing, and now he's going to do some stuff like this.
yeah. Um, Not much more to say about that. Number 32, Orphan. This is the Laszlo Nemes film, director of Son of Saul. This is also likely to be at Cannes. Um, young Jewish boy whose mother has raised him to believe his father will return from the camps, has his hope shattered when a brutish stranger appears on the doorstep to take his family back. Sounds interesting. Sounds like it could be an international feature player. Got to kind of look at all possibilities.
Hmm. Yeah, definitely could be an international feature contender. I mean, Laszlo Nemes won for Son
Yeah.
of Saul.
Although apparently his
And
last movie wasn't that great.
Sunset, I heard it was solid, but it kind of was so similar to Son of Saul, just not nearly as good that it
Mhm.
just kind of didn't go anywhere. But it wasn't like it was a flop or anything.
All right, number 33, the Vogue, the one of two of Richard Linklater's new films about the making of Breathless. You got Zoe Deutsch playing Gene Seberg. Gene Seberg. Uh, Richard Linklater is he's kind of in a similar position as Luca for me, where it's like, all right, every time you predict him, it almost feels like you're failing at this point. At this point, it's like, how many times are you going to do this? And then the same thing just happens before you stop, I guess. I don't know.
He's definitely, to me, I think Luca is much more um likely to get a lot of awards films in than Linklater, because Linklater just kind of like he's my favorite filmmaker of all time, but there a lot of the time he he'll just want to make a comedy, or he just wants to do something like his trajectory really doesn't make any sense at all. He just does whatever he wants. And that's awesome. But a lot of the time, it's just not something that's going to be broadly appealing, like Boyhood and the Before trilogy.
Yeah, not much to say there.
Hmm.
We can just power through the rest of these here. So we got the drama, A24, Christopher Borgley, Robert Pattinson,
Mm.
Zendaya. Um, Plot sounds really interesting. This is one where I'd be willing to consider it. Again, it's just like it's A24, and also like further down you go, it's like where like some of the less Oscar-y things go usually. But yeah. Uh 35, we got Hedda. This was mentioned a little bit earlier. Amazon MGM is doing this. We got Nia DaCosta, we got Tessa Thompson. It's based on I believe the character Hedda has been nominated a couple of times before, so that's a plus. Um, this is another film where like if it were to be a Best Picture, I could see Tessa Thompson maybe winning for it. Um, it's just like this has been done so many times. I'm just not sure how like what it needs like how it would have to do something fresh for me to really feel like it was coming for another nomination for this story basically, or just to be like by a filmmaker who's already established and like respected by the Academy, and Nia DaCosta is not in that position right now. 36, you got Train Dreams. This was a
Oh yeah.
Sundance movie, also a Netflix thing. I think, reviews weren't strong enough for it, I don't think. Also just like, you know, Netflix, they've got a lot of other things on their plate. Not sure what they're gonna do with this one.
Yeah.
Big Bold Beautiful Journey, Kogonada is behind it. If it's like his other two films, no. but he's also not writing the script, so maybe that's a good sign. Uh, this movie was pushed from May to September, so maybe they want to put it in TIFF. Uh, I just I'm not feeling it. I'm not feeling it here. Just doesn't like it kind of seems almost like a Hallmark type thing more than like other Kogonada's other films, but whatever. I don't really see the argument. The finishing scheme, Wes Anderson, gonna keep repeating it. How many times are we gonna predict the Wes Anderson movie to get into the Oscars and it's just not gonna work out. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Then Ella McKay, we referenced this one earlier. It's new James L. Brooks film. We got Emma Mackey and a big cast of characters. This one I would also be more willing to consider. I'm kind of looking at that release date coming out right after TIFF, and I'm just like, it feels like one of those movies that they want to put in TIFF and then release it right after. And, those movies typically don't do all that great. So I don't know. Maybe they'll move it. Maybe it will actually be different. Who knows? I'm a little weary about predicting a James L. Brooks comeback at the moment. But you know, may maybe there's a case for it. Blue Moon. This premiered
Heck yeah.
at Berlinale. Not a contender, but maybe some actors is kind of my feeling with it. The Mastermind, Kelly Reichardt's new film, another Josh O'Connor movie, probably going to be at Cannes. It is set in Vietnam during the Vietnam War, so not impossible, but I just I don't I'm not feeling it really. With Reichard, I think it has to be very specific, like way in which she's elevating her style. I feel like for her. Uh, Anemone. This is you know, Daniel Day-Lewis's Nepo baby, directing a film that he is in. He's coming back. That's mainly why people are interested. I mean, we don't know if his son can direct, and yeah, I'm sure Daniel Day-Lewis will be great, but uh, it feels more like a Nepo baby project at this point. And then finally on the list is Pressure. You got Brendan Fraser as Dwight Eisenhower, and you got Andrew Scott again. You got Kerry Condon. Uh, the final hours before the planned D-Day invasion, uh, Dwight Eisenhower needs a weather report, and the weather reporter is being brought by Andrew Scott, based on a play. Uh, maybe some acting contention, but not really much else for me. And then that's it. That's the end.
No, wow.
Woo.
Yeah, told you I was
That's
gonna have to
a
speed through the rest of these.
Yeah, it's
So
late over here. But
it's very
good job,
late.
George. The
Yep.
presentation was fantastic.
Thank you very much. And yeah, I'll have to go and I'll have to sit through that and edit it. And yeah, thanks for watching, everybody. And
Get ready for another award season.
yeah, be there, be square. Um, come thank me when Ann Lee gets a Best Picture nomination and Amanda Seyfried wins Best Actress. All right, peace.